I gotta wait on Rachel. Sorry, Rachel. An invocation by Mark McCoy.
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
If you bow your heads, please, most holy and heavenly Father, we come before you this evening asking for your help, for your blessings, for your guidance upon our city, upon our county, upon our community. We ask that you bless and guide those of us that are here today to try and make right, proper decisions in and for the city of Fort Scott. We ask that everyone be guided home safely. We thank you for all the gifts that you have given us throughout the day, throughout the year, throughout our lives. We ask these blessings in Jesus' name. Amen. Amen.
All right, under consent agenda, I need to add L, publication of third quarter treasury report. And then I need, under old business, to add sale of lake properties.
Josh, can we add under new business consideration for a 5K route for the Veterans Day weekend?
Yep.
I'm sorry, Lindsay. What did you
It's consideration for approval for a 5K route for the Veterans Day weekend.
All right, any objections to add any of those? All right, move on to proclamations and recognitions.
This proclamation celebrates the 110th anniversary of the Molly Berry Foster Chapter. Whereas the Molly Berry Chapter, DAR, was organized in Fort Scott, Kansas on October 11, 1911, and whereas the chapter was named for the wife of the Revolutionary ancestor of the first regent, Miss Frances Hall. Molly Foster Berry was the wife of Samuel Berry, who gave patriotic service from Rhode Island during the American Revolution. And whereas the chapter has always been involved in national defense efforts, during World War II, cookbooks were sold by the chapter to buy war bonds, and members sold national defense stamp albums. In later years, as the National Cemetery at Fort Scott reached capacity, the chapter donated funds for the purchase of an additional 10 acres. And whereas in 1917, the chapter organized the local YMCA and also the Red Cross chapter and canteen. By 1925, the chapter sponsored the Bourbon County Historical Society. By 1925, the chapter had placed 21 bronze plaques at historic sites, including the government buildings at the fort. And whereas chapter members were instrumental in getting the old Fort Blair blockhouse saved and repositioned on Carroll Plaza, the site of the old pre-Civil War fort. And whereas the chapter takes credit for all the vision and construction of a memorial hall in 1922 to honor all servicemen. In appreciation for the chapter's contribution, a meeting suite was designed in the building for DAR use, which is still in use today by the chapter. And whereas the Fort Scott City Commission minutes reflect that the chapter spends about 3,500 hours a year contributing volunteers to Meals on Wheels, nursing homes, veteran transports, hospital auxiliaries, VFW projects, gifts and assistance to the VA Medical Center at Leavenworth, genealogy projects, genealogical records, and numerous other activities benefiting the community and veterans. And whereas Fort Scott is an area full of history and Molly Foster Berry Chapter DAR is fully involved with its community and with the National Society DAR. Their meetings are held at 1:30 p.m. on the third Friday of the month, September through June. Now therefore I, Joshua A. Jones, Mayor of the City of Fort Scott, Kansas, do hereby proclaim October 19th, 2021 as Molly Berry Foster Chapter 110th Anniversary and urge all citizens of the community to recognize the merits of this organization.
Thank you. All right, on next to the,
There is a group
Oh,
of
is
ladies
there?
here.
you guys, yeah, do you guys want to, does any of you want to speak, kind of have anything to say? No? Yeah.
I would like to recognize our oldest member that we have here with us tonight, and that's Nolan Whiteside.
Thank you, ladies. All right, on to the consent agenda. Anyone have any questions on the consent agenda? If not, I'd entertain a motion.
I have a question. I would like to know what we're using for funding to pay the fire truck. Where are those funds coming from?
Half of the funding is coming from a loan that was taken out with City State Bank, and the other half is coming from a CDBG loan or CDBG grant.
And has that been done
Yes, that was approved last year.
last year?
Mm-hmm. Yep.
Thank you.
Move to approve the consent agenda.
Second.
Yeah, I had one last thing too. Is this just a bunch of Earl's bills on here? Is this just a compilation of bills that needed to be sent out? Because it's a bunch on there this time. Well, I went through them, and I mean it's all there. Right. Okay.
And I was asked to put all the engineering, separate them out on
Right.
on that.
Right. It's just
on the
typical.
consent.
We don't see
Yeah.
close to $25,000 worth of bills in one from the engineering. So
Lindsay Watts,
Yes.
Randy Nichols,
Yes.
Pete Allen,
No.
Kevin Allen,
yes.
Josh Jones.
Yes. All right, up next, we have public comments. Up first, Judy Warren.
Okay, can you hear me all right?
What? No.
I just had a couple of two quick things. First of all, I want to thank you for getting National Avenue in shape again. I really appreciate that. Secondly, I have a question. I know somebody in this room can answer it. There was a gentleman out in my street 3 weeks ago with a clipboard walking around taking notes. So I went out and asked him, I said, "Who are you and why are you here?" Just out of curiosity. And he said, "Well, I've been contracted to assess the sewer system." And I said, "Good. Will we get any feedback from this?" And he said, "That's not up to me." And he left. And about 8 days later, while I was at work, somebody came and dug a hole in the front of my yard that's 3 foot deep and about 18 inches wide and didn't cover it. That made me upset because there's a lot of kids that live in my neighborhood and I didn't want any children to fall in that hole. My son-in-law came over and put a piece of board over the top of it. But can you tell me what's going on with that? Is that something that's going to be that way for a couple of years, or does anybody know?
That would have been the survey crew with Earls. They were getting depths of the water line. and it must have gotten overlooked on coming back to filling in with dirt. They hydrovac'd it. They didn't dig it by hand. They hydrovac'd it so that they didn't damage the water line.
Okay, so we're making progress with the sewer system, is that what you're telling me?
It's not with a sewer system. It was for stormwater. Is the project.
Stormwater?
Yep.
Well, I know that the street's bad, and a lot of, my neighbors get a lot of water in their basements and in their yard. I don't, but I just was curious, and I appreciate you letting me know that. So I'm gonna keep that board over that hole there, because I don't want
Yep.
the children
Be
to fall
about
in
7.
there.
I'll have somebody over there tomorrow.
Okay. that's
Is that 17th and Eddie somewhere in the neighborhood?
Yeah, I live on the corner of Eddie and Claremont.
Yep, yep. It's right where you go back up into Claremont. Yeah, they're going to be over there assessing the storm drains, because is where all those houses, as you go on down to the south, that's where all the houses take on the major water down in there. And we have like a 1-foot whistle. It's not taking care of them. So they're assessing that now. Is that hole still there?
Yes.
Yeah, I think that's what
just
Jesse.
covered it. I covered it.
Yeah.
My son-in-law covered it with some plywood, so no kids would fall in it.
So yeah, but I'm just saying, if we have to hydrovac anything else, we need to.
Right, I think that's what Jesse just said. He'll take care of it.
Yeah, and the cones weren't really big enough to cover the hole, because the hole was much bigger than the base of the cone. So I just wanted it covered because I have small children in the neighborhood that walk with their parents, and they like to sit in my yard and talk to people and stuff, which is fine. But I don't want any children disappearing down that hole.
Yeah.
Thank you. I appreciate that.
Thank you, Judy.
Thank you,
You're
Judy. Tim Van Hookey.
It always makes me feel good. That whole cookie fit with Van Hookey when you say my name. Yeah, good evening, commissioners. I'll be brief. It's just kind of a follow-up to when I was in here on the 21st. I know I've had conversations with Diane Clay. She's been very helpful, Mark McCoy. And then, Mr. Mayor, I appreciate our one-on-one time that we got to spend together very much. I thought it was a really good conversation. However, we're 30 days later, and the questions we were going to try and get answered from Jeremy can't be answered. And what I've been told is that he's deactivated his email account and the phone is deactivated that he can be reached at. So I've got a copy of the questions here still. I'm happy to leave with Diane. He was supposed to be available to us for 90 days. Matter of fact, if you look at his severance agreement, paragraph 11 says that the city agrees to give him a letter of reference. The city also agrees to provide him any information or records that he wants, but that he's supposed to give us 90 days. And I think if you've turned off a phone and deactivated an email, I don't know if you tried certified mail or not, but we paid him a lump sum of money up front when he resigned. And it was about half his salary would be around $57,500 plus benefits. I think he at least owes us some answers to some questions that were originally brought up by Commissioner Nichols and Commissioner Watts. And that I think this commission agreed that you all were going to pursue them. I'm not saying you're not pursuing, but I mean, if he's not going to answer, what can we do to get that taxpayer money back out of that severance package? $57,500 is a lot of money. Average household income, median income for a Fort Scott resident is $36,800 a year. And this guy got $57,500 for 6 months' work. He resigned. I don't know the details as to why. He may have got a severance package when he resigned. You hear rumors, that's none of my business. I don't buy into rumors. It's just a fact. He resigned, he got a severance package. So 90 days will be November 1st, just a couple of weeks away. So hopefully we can do something to reach out to him. And like I said, I'm very happy to leave these questions again that I'd left before for the record with Diane. They're simple. Produce the 2 additional bids. And why weren't commissioners notified? Why wasn't it on the agenda? They're all on here. But with you're okay with that, I'll leave these with her.
Yeah, you can go ahead. I think Mark's tried to reach out, and I think he hasn't, but go ahead just to make sure.
Yeah, and that's really all I had, just kind of a follow-up on that. And like I said, I do appreciate the efforts very much of the folks within the city, Mr. McCoy and Mrs. Clay, and like I said, our conversation as well. And hopefully we can get a resolution. If not, maybe we can do something to try and get that funding back, since he's kind of been void of his severance package. That's all I got.
Thank you, Tim.
Thank you.
All right, Michael Hoyt.
Good evening. If you would not remove the paper clips yet, it'll make it easier for us to follow along where each of us are at. And I brought one for Jesse and Diane. Sorry, folks. I had no idea how many copies to make. Come before you this evening to discuss our agreement with the Kansas Department of Transportation and our City Connecting Links agreement. The first page there, and if you want to just remove the big clip, first page is our payment agreement, where we are being paid $1,234 per quarter for, in essence, Wall Street, the maintenance. And when I say maintenance, I only mean the signage and the illumination of Wall Street. This agreement is in conflict with the current law, so if we have a new agreement, it's not available online from KDOT. But it was about halfway down the page, they do a computation of the total lane miles of being 2.468. Those are the lane miles on Wall Street that are used for parking. KDOT will not pay for those lane miles that are used for parking, but it uses a dollar amount of $2,000 per lane mile. And as we'll get into it, the state statute has increased that to $5,000 per lane mile. Now keep in mind, look at the dates. The date of this agreement is February 25th, 1999. The next paperclip document is the resolution that the Kansas Department of Transportation enacted to provide that payment and the designation and description of US 54 and US 69 within the city limits of Fort Scott. So there are three lane mile computations there, the 2.468, similar to the payment schedule. Then the other two are lane miles that are responsible, that the KDOT has total and complete responsibility for, with a few exceptions that we'll get to. This shows a map on page 2 of.
Michael, did you say that that was lane miles of 2.468? That's driving?
Yes.
Okay.
And that would be in both directions, one lane in both directions. There is a kind of a mystery little segment out north here on this map. You see this, I'm holding it up.
Right.
The question there is, maybe we took that over when the Red Barn area was annexed into the city. I'm not sure why. That's there. You can't even tell if there's any different maintenance out there. But then I have the state statutes. There's two of them that are applicable to this agreement. 416 lists all the exceptions where the Secretary of Transportation has entered an agreement to maintain city connecting links and the responsibility of the maintenance, with the exceptions of parking meters, pavement markings for parking, maintenance of sidewalks, installation and maintenance of street lights, maintenance of sidewalks except on structures, and automatic traffic signal controls, which we have none of on Wall Street.
Correct.
Okay.
It just tells a list there of stuff they're not going to take care of.
That's correct. But they're paying us in lieu of.
Right.
Okay. Then we come to our city connecting linked maintenance agreement. Again, the descriptions of US 54, and there's about 3 different areas on US 54 described there, and I'm not going to read that. It's all surveyese type language. But for the most part, it's from US 69 bypass east to the city limits, and then that little portion out there north of town. Then the description of US 69, and we have 8.6 lane miles that they are totally responsible for. If you go to page 2, there are the exceptions detailed, much like the statute, of all the things that they're not going to do. They're not going to install the parking meters, the sidewalks, the street lights, traffic control devices,
Snow removal.
snow removal. But on the, if you pay note to the 4 lanes and the lanes that they are going to pay for, in item 9, it does not say that we have to pay anything for street or traffic control devices or anything on US 69. They've obviously been doing the overlay, mill and overlay, but we've been under the impression that we were responsible for the maintenance of the traffic signals.
Who are you saying's been doing the mill and overlay? Oh, you talking about 69 now?
Right.
Okay.
And, you know, we've had some discussions, and you're gonna have discussions at the risk of speaking to an item on the agenda. That contract to replace the traffic signals on US 69 is in conflict with this agreement and in conflict with the law and in conflict with itself, because I believe it's paragraph 4 says you're going to be responsible for the traffic signals, but paragraph 7 says we won't disturb any of the elements of the agreement that's already in place.
All right. Thank you, Michael.
The last page, let me overrun just a second or two.
All right.
The last page is just a diagram that you might be able to easily explain to yourself what this agreement talks about, because it's not easy to go through. I wanted to get bigger pictures so we could point them out, because it is complex. But we are not responsible for the traffic signals on US 69, and we are not responsible for paving the center 2 lanes of Wall Street, which we have $175,000 in the budget to do. Thank you.
Thank you.
Yeah. I think
I'd
Susan's.
like to comment on that. Michael and I have worked on this together, and I'm pretty familiar with what he's talking about. I think that in the connecting link maintenance agreement, it includes 4 pages, and in that agreement, paragraph 1 of the first page states that the secretary agrees to maintain the following described streets designated as city connecting links in the state highway system in lieu of payment to the city. And on that same page, it defines all the 4 areas that Michael was talking about. It defines the 2 center lanes of Wall Street. It defines the totality of 69 highway. It defines the section of 54 going north on 69. It defines all of those areas. And if you look down at the bottom of the page, the total lane miles that the secretary agrees to maintain is 13.380. That includes the 2 center lanes of Wall Street. So that's where Michael's coming from. That's where we're coming from. The agreement says that the state will maintain all of that area with the exception of those 9 specific instances on page 2. And it also further on page 3, it says, for clarification, the outermost portion of Wall Street in each direction are designated as parking lanes, and it says this segment is city maintained. That's the only responsibility that the city has to maintain Wall Street are the two parking lanes and those 9 items that's listed on page 2. I think that's for further clarification.
Well, so I will say on the next page, Pete, and the page after, it says a sketch. You see attachment 1, the sketch, and it specifically defines what is maintained by the city and what is maintained by KDOT. And it specifically says what is maintained by the city is 54. Now the page before, it says total lane miles 13.38. Total lane miles maintained by the Secretary of Transportation pursuant to the city connecting link is 10.912 miles. Total lane miles maintained by the city is 2.468, which is equal to Wall Street's miles. So I will say, I mean, it does, but it's clear and definite in the last 2 pages that total lane miles, the city will maintain 2.468.
Right.
And
That's
Well,
the outer two lanes in both directions.
It defines earlier that the city will be responsible for the parking lane. So this is totally something different.
No, the two
Because it's-
center lanes, yes, it is something totally different.
Yeah,
The
so-
two outside lanes are the
Yeah,
parking.
so,
lanes.
I mean, we can agree to disagree, but KDOT says the 2.468 that the city's supposed to maintain is the center two lanes of Wall Street.
Does it say that?
Yeah, and if you look at the
Tell me
next,
where it says.
right
Where's
here,
it say that?
it says,
No, it does.
right here, it says cities to maintain, and it's highlighted Wall Street. State's supposed to maintain, and it's highlighted 69 and the one up there. So, this
Yes,
is, I
but
had this paper, I don't know if he had it in his documents, but it's.
Well,
Yes,
something like
yeah.
that, yeah.
you read the agreement says
Total
13.380, and you look at that and it says 10 point something. So which one do you believe? Which one do you want to believe?
Well, the city's giving us money, so they say that,
City's giving us.
or the state's giving us
But
money,
How much money do we get from the state?
$12,000 a year.
Yes, right. As
Where-
of today,
We have
we
gotten
have
$9,000. We get $3,000 a quarter. We've
Where-
gotten the first three quarters.
I don't understand how we're getting
That's what I'm trying-
$12,000.
It's 12,000. That's what I'm trying to explain to you.
Well, what I'm trying to explain to you is the agreement is obsolete then, and we're in conflict. We're receiving
I-
payments that we don't have an agreement on.
Can I talk?
Okay.
Mayor,
Well,
can
I-
we
and this
can we
is-
get
yeah.
clarification from our
Yeah,
finance
and so we
director
can- well,
and give her a chance to speak?
I'd say this is something her and Bob can look in afterwards. I mean, we can sit here and agree to disagree because you're saying this, and I'm just pointing out.
I
where
actually have
it's-
had a conversation with the state.
Okay.
Spoke with Dawn at the state who runs this program, and I asked her, you know, based on our agreement, it says that we will receive $2,000 for those miles. I said, however, over the years it has increased, and she said the state is actually in the middle of updating these agreements, and they just haven't got to Port Scott yet because there are so many that they have to do. So in the future, we are going to see them request to have the agreement updated. In addition to that, we have received additional funding based on the statute and how it reads today, based on our square miles. But to date, and lane miles, and what has, and this is a report that anybody anybody has access to, and it's what we have received in funding this year. And you're right, Josh, it's 9,221. We still have one more quarter to receive in this fiscal year. So it's been averaging about $3,000 a quarter. But what I wanted to point out is because we maintain a connecting link, we have access to funds, and we have always utilized these funds in the past. And it's called a C-CLIP program. And in this program, the only thing that the city would need to pay ahead of time before we apply for this grant is the preliminary engineering. Construction engineering and also the construction cost would be a cost share program, and the state pays 95% of that, and the city pays 5%. So, and we always apply for that program, and so those programs usually they call for projects in January and March, and so we're kind of right on par for where we need to go with this program to request for funding and engineered. Yes, but it will have to be engineered.
So we also, in saying that, we also had a meeting with the state here a while back.
Yes.
And one of the things they told us at that meeting, were you there, Josh?
No, I think it was you and Pete.
Pete, you recall the meeting we had with
Yes.
the state, and they said that was very low. They felt embarrassed that they were only giving us that much money
Yes.
as far as to take care of a major highway.
Yeah.
So, I think it would also be, whatever the agreement is, I think it would be good to give the city manager direction to get clarification 100% on this and to tell them that we want more money.
And I think I know it sounds good,
Should
but
be easy.
I think that resolution's statewide. So
It is.
it's not just a Fort Scott thing. It's a statewide connecting links all throughout Kansas. So it's so much a lane mile no matter where you're at. So
Right.
I mean, but so it'd be state legislature.
Yeah, it
Well,
would have
that
to go
is
that
unless
far.
you have an agreement,
Right.
and we
yes.
have an agreement.
Yeah, I agree with that.
We have an agreement, and I think that you're looking at page 4. They're showing curb to curb maintenance when in reality they have already defined the two outside curbs as not being state maintained or not being part of the agreement. But I think this is totally. The agreement says one thing, the drawing says another thing. And that's what we're looking at. We're looking at the agreement, which does include page 4. Page 4 is included in the agreement, but the agreement states clearly that the state is going to maintain 13.380.
Well, I think what it states is they will maintain or pay money towards what they don't, and that's what
it doesn't say anything about.
if you look,
money.
okay, okay.
It doesn't say anything.
The other
about
page,
money.
you have to
It
look at all the
says
pages.
the state will maintain.
You have to look at all the
Okay,
pages.
okay.
So.
It says attachment 1 at the top of that last drawing. It refers to attachment 2 in the agreement, and we don't have attachment 2.
Patty LaRoche.
Wait, Mr. Mayor, can I?
Oh, yeah, sorry.
So have you had a chance to look at this agreement? I mean, we're confused here about what says what, so should Bob take a look at this?
It's more complicated than is being presented, which a lot of these things are. It's really not fair to lay it on the table and say, well, what's the answer? We can't tell you what the answer is. Susan has talked to them. The intelligent thing to do here is to refer it to Mark. He's your manager, and let him get you some clarification.
Yeah.
Then you'll have your answers instead of talking about stuff we don't have all the information about.
Thank you.
And that was the intelligent thing to do, Bob?
Yeah, well, I think so.
Okay, I just want to make sure that was my idea.
Which means Patty's going to
Oh,
clarify
well,
it for us.
Then I'll give you a star.
Okay.
All right.
So
On
I
this
think
day
it's been
in history.
directed that Mark, you'll bring that back to us from. Thank you.
Sorry, Patty.
Okay, well, thank you for listening to me, and I do appreciate what you have done. I, like Judy, was so thankful to come back from California and see the national finished. It was truly nice to see that. But then, when we drove through Lake Fort Scott, when we turned onto 195th Street, about a month and a half ago, we were so excited to see that they had actually done a lot of rock work between that little fish pond on the left, which is owned by the city, and then coming up the hill, they had put in some beautiful rocks. I brought one. I stole it from the. I want you to see the size of it to know it's not gravel.
It's
Bob,
called.
can we have your opinion of it?
That's called 6-inch Gabion.
But I want you to see it was not gravel that was put down, but it looked beautiful. It was on the right side and the left, and Dave and I both said, oh my gosh, this is so nice because they've actually done some work here. Well, lo and behold, about a month and a half later, if you drive out there right now, it is just filled with weeds. And when I drove by that, I went, you've got to be kidding me. They did not put a weed protective barrier under these rocks, which you cannot mow over, as you can see. They're way too big. So then last week or two, they've now sprayed them. And so now we have dead weeds that are filling all this beautiful landscaping. And my point is, I don't know who does this, you guys, but we've seen it too many times in Fort Scott that we have a project, but it's not done with excellence. Like somebody should have stopped and talked to a landscaper. I know this is silly in the scheme of things. We have much bigger fish to fry. But it was just, the lake is a beautiful, beautiful place, and a lot of people are coming there now. And all of a sudden, instead of this pretty landscaping, it looks really, really tacky. Not to mention the fact that whatever they've sprayed it with is now running down into that fish pond. I'm in hopes that that's not anything that's poisonous to the fish. I don't know who sprayed it, but it looks really awful. So I would just say that there be a little more accountability when you have these city projects that you're doing, okay? And then the second thing I want to bring up.
Can I answer that first, Patty?
I don't think it was a question.
The second thing I want, no, I'm kidding.
Okay.
Yes, you can. I'm kidding.
Oh,
I'm kidding.
I thought I was in trouble.
No.
Okay, so I know it's not a question, but I want to bring some resolution to her statements. Because what we did was when we went out there, they did take a landscaper out there. They took myself, which I'm not I guess I'm maybe not a professional. But we went over what we were going to do. And that big rock that you're holding there is 6-inch Gabion. It was only supposed to come in about 4 feet off the side of that shoulder. Because if you recall, remember the pavement was about a foot drop off. If you would have dropped the wheel off that, you were going to go down. Our street was also leaving us at that time. So I said that would be good barrier rock to give it something stiff to hold up against where our street didn't continue to drop off in there. When I came back, as we continued, now our direction as a city commission is not to direct. We're to say, here's what we want done, but I'm not going to stop by there and be a boss to Jesse on the street department. And so we told him what we wanted. We met with the city manager. This was the past city manager that Tim speaks of. And he said, we got it. We're going to do this. And when I came back around the corner, there must have been, you were going around there must have been 20 or 30 dump truck loads of that material dumped on the side of the road. And they stuffed it all the way down to the drainage ditch, went totally around what we were talking about doing. I think possibly the only way to fix it is go back and take that back off. Go with the original 4 to 6 feet, because it's going to be a maintenance program now for the rest of our lives.
It is.
Spraying it.
Costly.
Everybody
Yes.
thought it was really cool when it first went down, but just like you said, what was going to happen. We still got a lot of work to do also in the ditch on the other side, because we were supposed to carry that ditch from where it started, where the whistle needs cleaned out, where the swampy thing is eating the road out still, all the way down to the spillway. So we got a lot of work to do out there, but I'm really excited that you come in and said something. So maybe we'll get motivated
Okay,
to get
so
back out there.
then my next question is, so like we've discussed this and you say, yes, this is something we probably need to do. So what happens at this point with the city commission to make sure that something, like where do you go from here? Like Mr. Hookie talked about Jeremy, and how he's not answering and there's a problem with that. What happens to make sure that there's resolution to some of these concerns?
Well, the stuff you're talking about is honestly, and that's what citizens realize, that's not our commissioner's job. That's ours to direct toward the city manager. Now for the county in a different form of government, then you do that. But in our form of government, you come to us and complain, and we, say, hey, Mark,
Okay.
this
Yeah.
is, and that's why we actually ask citizens instead of coming to us. First thing is go to Mark. Mark's city manager's leader of day-to-day things.
Got it.
We don't need to be involved in, hey, we got grass growing over here by the fish
So
pond.
I
That's-
should have taken this to Mark and not to you guys.
Well, then
Threw
I
it
say
through
if
his window.
What?
Throw it through his window.
Oh, no.
No, you're exactly right though. That's how this
Okay,
form of government
sorry.
works, because if I'm out there directing
Okay.
Jesse and then I'm going to be
We
in
can't
trouble,
act as
Now,
individual
I will say, let's say you
commissioners
tell
as
Mark and nothing happens,
then we get a new Mark.
and then you come, then you
Okay,
come to us and
got
say,
it.
hey, I have already approached the
Okay.
city manager. But no, we appreciate, and I'm glad you liked it at first. So
I loved it
Yeah.
at first. It's really pretty.
Yeah.
Okay, then I have one other question.
Go ahead.
Pete
She knows I
Allen,
said
one
Jeremy.
of your commissioners, wrote a letter to the editor, and he had some concerns in that. And one of the things that I just have a question about is he was talking about clarification and enforcement of KSA 12825D, which talks about the water funds. And so my question to you is, obviously, or according to this, we're somehow violating that in that enforcement of that. And I just wondered what is wrong with, what are we doing that's now something we need to correct with this?
I think there's been a, can you talk on that?
Please.
I'd be happy to. I'm really glad that you brought that up, because these poor folks have been beat over the head for violating that statute. That's simply not true. That's not what the statute says. In fact, I just got back from a city attorney's educational program, and as you might imagine, Patty, when you're sitting there listening to hours of education, you kind of doze off a bit. Well, one of our presenters was a gentleman that's a CPA and an auditor. And his firm has been in existence for over 30 years. He audits over 38 cities in Kansas. And he was going through the reasons that you stay on top of your city finances and how the public accounting is different than private accounting, and that you could hire a CPA to be your finance officer, but that person doesn't really know what they're doing because our standards are totally different. Totally different. And he got into utility funds. He said, the law is very clear. You can transfer excess utility funds into your general budget, your general fund, anytime there's excess funds. And he said that's done for a couple of reasons. One is there's always money in the utility fund. And if you leave the money in there too long, your taxpayers are going to say, well, why are you doing, cut my water bill, cut my sewer bill. I mean, you're collecting too much money. Well, the reason you have that money in there is those revenue sources, because there are big expenditures that may occur there. But if you find that you're in pretty good shape financially, you paid all your bills, then the statute says the rest of it is excess. And you may direct excess anywhere you want. And most cities do what we do, is we take money from that fund, put it into the general fund, and guess what we do with it? We pay bills. And those bills are either paid from your property taxes or they're paid from other sources of revenue. So it's a way to hold your mill levy down. And he said, every city does it. It's perfectly legal. And he says, I have no idea where this myth comes from that you can't do it, because he says you can.
But you can do it if you have excess money. Like, that means you don't
No,
owe
no.
any.
The excess money is you've paid all the bills that you're required to pay out of that fund.
Okay.
Yeah.
And then.
Anything beyond that is excess.
And Patty, we have a cash basis law, so we have to meet our obligations for that year. And so that once those obligations, it's not for future. So let's say we have a bond in place, and we have $200,000 left at the end of the year, but our bond has been paid for that year. Those dollars are considered excess for that year. Even though we have outstanding debt, it does not mean that we can't still go ahead and make that transfer. And how the League of Kansas Municipalities explains it is it's a permissive statute, not a restrictive. That's how they explain it. Am I right?
No, you're.
I think
You're absolutely correct. And people continue to say, well, that's what it says. That's what it says. I'll never forget one year, I've been here a time or two, we had a commissioner, and he says, I want to know why this statute says 1, 2, 3, and we're doing 4. And I said, well, that's pretty simple. It doesn't mean 1, 2, 3. It means 4, 5, 6. Well, it's not in there. No, but the Supreme Court has interpreted the statute. So the law is bigger than reading a sentence. It's got to be in context. And there, I can assure you, there is nothing wrong.
I think that I'd like to know who determines what is excess.
You do. You folks approve every cash transfer. This board approves the excess. It's not done in-house.
I'm looking at the comprehensive plan. Our comprehensive plan says our water distribution system is not performing as it should. Our water lines are undersized. Our water lines are 110 years old. Our water lines, we have low pressure all over town. The comprehensive plan that says you shall develop a comprehensive plan or a plan to replace water lines. That was approved by the commission 2 years or 3 years ago. And it says we will be proactive. And yet we've done nothing toward a water line program. And to take the money from our water resources and pay for other things and ignore the condition of our water lines, I think that's criminal.
And I will say we're getting a little off topic. Patty asked about the legality, and I think that question was answered. Did you have your question answered, Patty? Okay, thank you. And I'm just saying, if we could just, when we have a long agenda, and I know if you want to bring it up at your commissioner time, that would be great, just so we can keep things moving along. All right, under old business, sale of lake properties.
Commissioners, we have.
Mark.
There you go. No, take it off. Okay, you don't want it. Good evening, Commissioners. We have before us tonight two of our real estate local. Am I not on? Two of our local real estate agents that are here, and we have received offers, and they are going to tell you what those offers are, and we'll go from there. Then you will have the opportunity to ask some questions about them and make a decision on whether you would choose to accept or decline, and they can explain more. Who would like to go first?
Hi, I'm Jared Leake, and I represent you on lot number 7. it is against the law for me to publicly tell you what these offers are. So I'm going to present them to Josh. Sellers can share all that information. You guys can do whatever you want to with it, but it is against the law for me to discuss offers with anybody other than the seller. So I'm going to present to Josh, and then Josh can then tell everybody in the room. But I'm not going to get into trouble or anything with the state of Kansas. So.
And there's nothing on the contract saying I can't. I don't want you passing the
No,
vote.
the seller can discuss with whomever he wants.
Do you have 5 copies?
No.
I will say on that question, generally, when a seller accepts an offer, it's not made public until the property closes. You also have another lot that's set for auction in a few weeks and likely aren't going to have these lots closed by then. So you're going to disclose the offer that you've accepted publicly prior to that. It's not really how it would normally be done, but I'm going to follow suit with Jared.
And we asked Bob
I'm actually
beforehand.
going to present to Mark McCoy because Mark signed my seller's agreement, and then I will follow suit and let Mark.
Oh.
So I don't know if you want Jared and I to have a quick session with Mark. We'd be happy to present to. I mean, we don't have anything to hide, but we do have license laws that we have to follow.
I know.
Yeah.
Well, if I can, I understand what you're saying. Everything we do at this board is open, unless there are some exceptions. The only exception involving real estate is exception F, and I'll read. This exception covers preliminary discussions relating to the acquisition of real property. It does not cover the sale of real property. We're selling property.
Bob?
These people are buying property from us. You have a right to know what we're selling your property for because you all own part of this property as taxpayers.
Bob, would it just due to my ignorance, but would it fall under the financial affairs of trade secrets or corporation?
What trade secret is there that I'm going to
legal.
offer you $10,000?
Right.
What's the trade secret?
I'm just
I'm not-
asking for.
No, it doesn't qualify for that.
Okay. Thank you.
So would you like us to have a few minutes with Mark and then he can pass it
No,
along?
I think just pass my have Diane make. Do you have copies for all of us?
No, we turned in.
Yeah, I mean, once they just
Yeah.
hand them to me,
Yeah.
now I have them in here.
Yeah.
So yeah.
I mean, I'm sorry.
So 122 close November 1st, splitting the asset, closing. Same thing here.
And maybe so, Mark, would it be better if we went ahead and just had you do, we can move on, and that way you could just put down some bullet points. And so, yeah, yeah. And so we'll.
Oh yeah.
Bob, do we need to make a motion to table this till later in the meeting?
Yes.
Okay.
And make the motion to table the sale of the lakefront properties until later in after new business
Just when Mark returns.
or when Mark returns.
Second.
Kevin Allen,
Yes.
Pete Allen,
Yes.
Lindsey Watts.
Yes.
Randy Nichols.
Yes.
Josh Jones.
Yes. All right. Appearances. Sarah Pulliam. How you doing? And so you were going to come back. Did you get what you needed?
I'm waiting on it. I also have applied for a plethora of other loans to try to get it. Turns out I have 0 credit, so I'm still on the pending part on my bank. They said they wanted 20% down, which is $6,000.
Can you lower the mic down?
Sorry. They wanted 20% down, which is They wanted 20% down, which is $6,000. I have $1,500 in the bank right now, and I get paid on the 30th for some more, and then also applying for a payday loan for the rest to get said loan. I'm in the pending process. I've been calling every day for it.
All right, is that all the information you have to bring us
That's
at
all
this
I
time?
have so far.
All right.
Yeah, that's tough because last time we said we'd give you the 2 weeks to come
get
up.
the loan and show proof. I know.
Yeah.
I've been trying to get it.
All right, does anyone have any questions for her or anything?
I would say I think the conversation's somewhat stemmed around the fact that you were saying that you already had approval for the loan, and that was where we were coming from with the 2 weeks information to get us to this point.
That's what the lady told me, and then I had to provide her with a whole bunch of information, which led to my credit check, which means I have none.
Gotcha. Yeah. Okay.
All right, and no other questions? All right. Thank you, Sarah.
I'm sorry.
No problem. Thank you.
Thank you.
Jim, how'd you down to speak? Do you want to speak still, or?
Do I need to come to the mic?
If you do speak, yeah.
I've got prepared comments if there's any doubt to condemning the property.
Right.
From what she said, I would assume that the doubts to condemn the property to go through condemnation have been rested. I guess I'd like to ask the commissioners, is there any chance that it's not going to be condemned? There's no reason to beat a dead horse.
I don't think I have any questions for you, but I think that's probably all I can say.
Yeah, I mean, it's already been motioned and approved to go through the process, and nothing has changed. So at this time, I mean, I can't predict the future. So at this time, and we're actually accepting bids on demos today. So depending on how that goes, the timeline. So yeah.
I'll withhold comments, specific comments.
Yeah, I mean, I would
make it for another time.
Yeah. So. All right. Thank you.
Lyle and I talked after the last meeting. Maybe he's got some information.
Yeah, I mean, I think Lau had some stuff. Lau, do you still want to present that, or did you still want to present that, or at a later time if needed?
I mean, I can.
Yeah, I mean, if you want to go ahead, because I know last time we kind of threw it on you.
I mean, we're still, we still have letters that date back to 2017 that still have never been addressed. And so now we're going on to 2022, and I just don't believe it's been this long that nothing's happened. What makes us believe that it's going to happen now? It has been red tagged. All of the houses have been red tagged. I had to go and re-red tag the house because someone had removed it. So it is red tagged again. So anybody that goes onto that property will be charged with trespass. So.
All right, any questions for Lau? Thank you, Lau. All right, up next, Mr. Rob Harrington.
Good evening. I came tonight to speak on a specific matter. However, I would ask Mayor that you give me a little leeway on this to talk about an overarching concern I have, and then it also touches base on the matter itself. So is it okay?
What's that? Sorry.
There's a lot of fancy words all bunched together.
He wants leeway to be able to
And have
speak about more
leeway to
than
say what
just-
I want to say. It concerns the matter as well too.
Yep.
Say anything you want.
Yeah.
Oh, okay. Not anything.
Censorship.
Yeah.
Okay. Well, thank you. So, good evening. Thank you, as always, for allowing me to speak to you this evening. I'm here for some of you in the audience that may not know. My name is Rob Harrington, and I am the Economic Development Director for Bourbon County Ready, which is the countywide economic development organization, including now the city of Fort Scott. By the way, thank you very much for that. We appreciate that. So I want to touch base on a few things, and it has to do with partly because of what I'm here to speak on, but it's an overarching, probably larger concern of mine, and so I really thought tonight would be a good time to speak on it. And you know, Mrs. LaRoche touched base on it a little bit when she's talking about taking pride in things in our community, and so it kind of falls into what I have to say tonight. So Monday, a great American passed away in Colin Powell, and one of the things I'm touching base on tonight are some of the rules of leadership that I feel are something that we need to touch base on. So like rule number 1, it ain't as bad as you think. It will look better in the morning. Think about that when we talk about development, because this last week, let's talk about the last month, there's been a lot of things said about some of the projects we're working on, and rather negatively on social media and out in the public. And so I come to you with that rule to tell you that there are a lot of conversations that go on behind closed doors for certain reasons. You know, Bob has conversations because of legal. I have conversations because of trade secrets. We talk about projects with the project developers and the owners and their finance directors. And we do that behind closed doors for specific reasons. And because we do those behind closed doors, that does not mean we're hiding anything from anyone. We're doing that because we're working hard to bring a very much needed project to town, and sometimes those concerns of the developer and the owner of that company that we may be talking to needs to be hidden, or not hidden, but discussed behind in confidence before we bring that to the public. Rule number 4, it can be done. Speaking on that, I came here in May, and in June we started a journey to bring back and hopefully reopen a hospital one day. And the first week that I said we were going to work on this, I heard several times that it's impossible. I couldn't do it, so you can't do it. There's no reason to think this will succeed. Why are you wasting our time and our money on this? I will tell you, and I will go back to talk about it can be done. The minute we decide that something is impossible for us to take on is the minute we give up. And the minute we say the status quo is fine. The minute we say that we're not worth the time or the effort to move ahead is the minute that we say that nation's opinion of small rural communities across this country are exactly true. We need to stop saying that things can't be done, and we need to start saying, how can we do them? And so I'm here tonight to touch base on that, because it continues even after that conversation. I cross my fingers. I've got a 4-leaf clover, a rabbit's foot, and every lucky thing you can have at my house, that 2 weeks from now, Noble will come in and say they're going to reopen the hospital. I don't know. I can't tell you if they will do this, yes or no. But what I can tell you, and Mr. Nichols has been in some conversations as well, that they are working very hard and diligently to make that a reality. We just have to let the process take its course. We have to let the work be done. Rule number 7, you can't make someone else's decisions, and don't let others make yours. I think too many times in the past, we take to social media and we see the comments and concerns of people, and we allow those negative comments to hinder us in our development and the things we want to do. Too many times we say, well, there's 5 people that don't like that idea, so let's not do it. And I think that's terrible on us to go to that lengths and say we need to let the voice of the few rule the many. There are times that there are concerns that are brought up by the voice of the few, and they bring up valid concerns. but I'm not talking about valid concerns. What I'm talking about is the negativity and the just the vile conversations that some people have on Facebook and out in the public about projects we're working on, about the people around this table, about the people that sit around the commission table at the county, and then just leaders in itself. Rule number 12, don't take counsel of your fears or naysayers. Fear is natural and sometimes useful, but the point here is to acknowledge the fear and then try to remove the emotion from decision making. Same thing with people who say you can't accomplish what you want to accomplish. If they have valid points, consider them, but don't let their volume unduly influence you. Again, we go back to allowing people with negative opinions to dictate how we work and how we grow this community. Finally, rule number 13, perpetual optimism is a force multiplier. So what that means is if we are able to think of the good things and if we are able to look at the future as a positive outlook, we are more likely to succeed as a whole. And we have to continue to do that. And so I was brought here tonight to talk on a specific project, and that project was the McDonald Hall building downtown. I will bring to this commission that because of some of these items that I've touched base on out in the public, my organization, Bourbon County Ready, has taken it on itself to move forward and work on on a different avenue to get these back taxes paid. But what I will bring to your attention, because I think it's vital and it needs to be said, is that at no time, I repeat, at no time, was anything backhanded, undertabled, backdoored, immoral done in this project. And I take offense to the things that have been said about myself out in the public. I take offense to the things that are said about this commission and the owners of the building now, the Lionses. I take offense at what's been said about the commission, the county commission, because what we are trying to do is better this community. When we sit back and let things happen, we know this. We have seen in the last 6 months what happens when we wait. Instead of being proactive, we're reactive. And there's a young lady here tonight that's going to be talking about one of those issues. When we stop and we wait for things to happen, things happen. It's just not what needs to happen. It's things that we don't want to see happen. Buildings collapse, people's pocketbooks are hurt, and money is spent that does not need to be spent on projects that should have never happened in the first place. So I come to you tonight to tell you that McDonald Hall is important. And the waiving of the taxes, or however we want to talk about, even though they were set illegal, I was told that it was illegal to do. I spent hours on the phone with the Attorney General's office, the Department of Revenue, and the Department of Commerce, and I will tell you that these 2 pages that were given to me to show me that it was illegal, the convenient part about this is that the portion of this same statute that's highlighted in this yellow that tells me it is legal and how we can do it was left out. So I'm telling you that when you talk to the Attorney General's office and they tell you, well, that statute specifically states how to do it legally. And I say, well, where does it say it? It says it right here. It's not on this page. It's not on this page that I was given, but it is on this page. So nothing is done. Nothing was done illegally. Nothing was done under board. Everything that was done above board. I would tell you, you should applaud the Lions for jumping off the cliff to fix this building. And last thing I'm going to read is this, and then I will be done, and you can ask me any question you want. But it is not the critic who counts, not the man who points out how the strong man stumbles or where the doer of deeds could have done them better. The credit belongs to the man or woman who is actually in the arena, whose face is marred by dust and sweat and blood, who strives valiantly, who errs, who comes short again and again, because there is no effort without error and shortcoming. But who does actually strive to do the deeds? Who knows great enthusiasms, the great devotions? Who spends himself or herself in a worthy cause? Who at the best knows in the end the triumph of high achievement? And who at the worst, if they fail, at least fails while daring greatly? So that their place shall never be with those cold and timid souls who neither know victory nor defeat. President Theodore Roosevelt. I will tell you that we can succeed as a community. We will succeed as a community, but we cannot do it based off the ill words and the just vile opinions of those that aren't willing to step in the ring with us. Thank you.
Rob, I have one question.
Yes, sir.
Thursday night, I was out to the ER room. I had a little problem, and a couple of nurses worked with me, and they were fitting me with some equipment, and one of those nurses brought up the fact that we'd spent a lot of money.
Yes.
With Noble.
Mm-hmm.
His statement was, it will never work.
Yeah.
Noble will take the $1 million and run.
Mm-hmm.
Is that, are we hurting their business, or what? Why would he say that?
His opinion is his opinion, and everybody's entitled to their opinion. I will tell you, since we've spent the money, since we gave, even before the checks were written to Noble Health, they have been in this community almost every single week for the last 4 months. If not once, several times. They have met with individuals throughout this community on a weekly basis. Mr. Atwater, Merrill Atwater is his name. He meets with people every Friday, 3 or 4 meetings a day. There were 2 individuals of the ownership firm here today touring the hospital with some individuals with mental health. I will tell you, they did not take the money and run. They took the money. They paid individuals like Robinson Construction. They paid individuals like Polsinelli. They paid individuals like BKD. They paid individuals like Health Trust out of Boston to do very specific work to make sure that they are making sure that they're not taking any risks with the funds that they're going to spend here. I will tell you, and I said this at Kiwanis today, and I feel comfortable I can tell you this, is that Noble Health said that if they come here, right, we don't know for 2 more weeks, they will spend $12 to $15 million on that building to renovate it. Does that sound like somebody that took $1 million and run? To me, it does not.
Well,
and that's a large investment by an outside company. Now, again, we don't know what will happen. We all hope that feasibility study comes back and they say that a hospital is okay. We are able to have a hospital. The question of it is that, we could have sat back and just said it wasn't possible, or we could have found out ourselves if it was or not. And we took the initiative, found out, and because we took the initiative, I will tell you, because we said it's worth knowing, and we took a step that a lot of people didn't think we should take. I've had several calls from people with other developments that said, hey, this shows that you're willing to be aggressive, and you're willing to look outside the box and do things that other communities aren't willing to do. And so we've started and had some very successful conversations because of that. So if Noble doesn't come, it's going to be terrible, and I hope they do, because no community in the United States of America that's had significant growth in this country in the last 5 years is a community that hasn't also had healthcare growth, had growth in their healthcare system. That's a fact. No matter who you talk to, that's a fact. The communities that grow also see their healthcare options grow. Why? Because people want to live, they want to work, and they want to visit places that have affordable, quality healthcare. And so that's why we took the step to do what we did. And I'm proud of the work we've done. Whether it comes back positive or not, again, I cross my fingers it comes back positive. But what I'm proud of is the fact that we are willing to step out and say, you know what, we're not afraid of what they'll say, because we're willing to take that chance and find out. So
Rob, I think that it's very easy to be negative about issues like that, you know, because that draws attention, especially on social media.
Yes.
You know, look at what these fools have done again, and it's easy to stand out of the crowd, and everybody obviously thinks they're smarter than one another in today's day and age.
Yes.
But we took a big hit when the hospital closed years back, and they said that town will dry up and go away. Well, this town ain't dried up and gone away.
No,
As
it
a
has
matter of
not.
fact, I think it's made some pretty good strides in the last couple of years.
Yep.
We're still here. We're still fighting. We'll get it done. If you know, and so I think that it's great that you've given us that positive note tonight to remember there are some good things in the community, and we'll keep getting it.
And you guys have a lot to do with that. I mean, the people that sit around this table, the people that are at the county commission, the individuals that work for the city, and even the citizens here that are willing to step up and take charge and go down and clean the downtown when it needs to be and make those sacrifices. That's why this community has grown, and that's why it's strived. And the people I work with outside this community, they see those things. But we have to continue to make sure they see those things, because we don't want them to go and see the negative things, the negative comments on social media and the negative comments outside, you know, sitting in a restaurant and you hear people sitting next to you and they're just dogging this community in this county, how terrible it is. Those are the things, I mean, and everybody's, they get their opinion, and I understand that, and I'm fine with that. But if we're going to grow this community, we have to be positive about the growth. We have to be willing to think outside the box and take chances when they're reasonable chances. I'm not saying buying a perpetual motion machine, but what I'm saying is spend federal government money that we literally couldn't have spent on anything else other than broadband and sewers, and the county doesn't have sewers, right? To find out whether a hospital will work in this community, okay? And that's what we did. And I'm proud of what we did, and I will not back down from anything I have done since I came here in May, because what I feel like we've done is we have moved this community and this county forward one way or another. We're going to make it work. And so and again, I will tell you, anybody that's listening, where's she at? Is she still here? Thank you for taking the time. You and your husband, thank you for taking the risk it was to save the second oldest building in Fort Scott. I appreciate it, and my board appreciates it, and we are going to work very hard to make sure that you're successful.
Thank you, Rob.
Thank you, Rob. Frank Adamson.
Top that, Frank. Gotta get applause.
No, that wasn't. Good evening, Mayor, Commissioners. A number of years ago, I got involved with applying for grants for Fisher Park or for Gun Park, wherever the parks around town. And I got approval in 2018, got the forms in letter form where that I could present those to different entities for applying for grants. And I was talking with Mark a few days ago about applying for some other grants out there, small grants, not real big ones, but for Fisher Park, Gun Park. The Bike Trails has a deal they're working on out there. But instead of using my 2018 approval letter, Mark thought it would be best if I came before the commission and asked for an updated approval letter in order to submit with these grants. And I'm asking you to approve the request to be able to request money for the city for grant money.
Is that something that needs to be approved or directed?
Yeah, the commission has to authorize the manager.
There you go.
Go ahead.
Yeah, I make the motion that we allow Mark McCoy, our city manager, to move forward with the updated grant approval letters.
Letters of support.
Letters of support. There you go. I knew there was something else I needed out of that.
Second.
Randy Nichols,
Yes.
Lindsay Watts.
Yes.
Pete Allen,
Yes.
Kevin Allen.
Yes.
Josh Jones.
Yes. Thank you, Frank.
Thank you very much.
Thank you, Frank, for doing that.
All right, Mark. You ready?
You want me to go up to the podium?
Yes, please.
Okay.
Speak loudly.
Commissioners, what I have been able to work out is there are 2 offers on Lake Lot number 7. So I'm going to start with Lake Lot number 7.
Is that Jared's?
Jared is the agent representing us, yes.
Okay.
And we have 2 offers for that property. And let me get my papers correct here, I'm sorry. The first offer is for $122,000, and it includes $1,000 earnest money. And so that offer has an escalation. No, that one does not have an escalation.
It's the flat 122.
Flat 122. Okay, thank you. The second offer is for 100 and I'm looking here. Sorry, I'm not an expert in this. 103. Yep, thank you. Oh, yeah, turn the right page. Oh, yep, there it is. Okay, sorry. The second offer is for $120,000 with an escalation of $1,000 greater than the other offer. So that means this will be for $123,000. So those are the 2 offers that have been placed before you. And I would address any questions you have at this time about them. We've only received 2 offers. We agreed best and final offers by 5 o'clock today. Those are the 2 offers. So the largest offer is $123,000.
Correct. Are all the closes?
I'll pay this if I get a loan, or I gotta sell my house.
Both of them are cash offers. I'm doing this like the puppet.
I'm assuming both of them are closing 30 days, split title. Sorry, Jerry.
When you say cash, you mean like $100 bills?
$1 bills. Yes. They both close on or before November 1st.
You're doing
Next
great,
question.
Mark.
Were there any other contingencies or with any other properties or?
No, we're splitting the closing fee and the title work. That's the same.
Great, you're doing great.
That is not a question we can answer.
Okay, so what's the other offer? Is there? Do we discuss this now? I mean, we've never done this before, so.
Or are we gonna just hear just lot 7? Or are we gonna?
Yeah, I mean,
hear
I
all
think
the
we take them
information?
one at a time. These are the only 2
Yes.
offers on lot 7,
Yes.
so we need to.
So the other 2 offers have nothing to do with lot 7.
Right.
So I would prefer that you deal with one at a time.
Right, so does
I would make the motion that the city commission approve the $123,000 offer. Is that correct?
yeah, and I'll second it. Any discussion? Nope.
You're listed for 120.
Right.
Right. I just know in today's real estate world, it's, when you have an offer, they escalate pretty quick. I just want to make sure that we've got the maximum that we're going to get out of these lots. We've advertised for what, a week now, probably, Jared?
This is not just a blanket statement here, but most offers that come in this market also have a 24-hour expiration.
Right.
And they expect you to respond once you've listed. So I don't know, I'm gonna let Jared speak for his lots, but we've already drawn it out longer than the buyers wanted on our lots. I'll let Jared speak for his.
So both of these offers need to be answered, and I would have to sign them by 10 a.m. tomorrow morning if that is your choice to accept any of the offers tonight. So we did have one other offer that came in. It came in last Thursday, and that particular individual made an offer. And then what we did as a group, I polled. I didn't get a hold of everybody, but I had 4 of the commissioners that I was able to get a hold of. And the agreement was to do best and final offers by 5 o'clock today. And I would also tell you that I'm experienced with the best and final offers. in a recent transaction. That's the norm in plenty of other areas. So that's and that offer was for $120,000, and they have removed that offer.
Yeah, man, I feel good. We've had 3 offers and all of them came around the same price, so I think that's a good.
That's
I'm
yes.
saying, can we clarify that statement before we move any further?
What statement?
Okay, so the statement that Mark just made that he pulled the commission. Mark, do you want to clarify how you did that process?
Sure, I did it individually by phone. I did not give any of the other commissioners. So in other words, when I called Lindsay, I said, we have an offer, and I did not tell her any specifics about it. And I'm trying to recall exactly what I said, so maybe you need to help me here. But I did not tell you what any of the other commissioners
You
had said.
specifically said, I am asking you your opinion. This is the advice that we have received from our real estate agent at that point in time. He was reporting about Jared's conversation that you had with Jared Leak.
As our real estate
representative. And you said this is the these are the two, or no, you just said this is the information that we're getting from the real estate agent as their proposed suggestion for how no dollar amount was given. It was said that we would speak about it here and give the real estate agent a chance to reach out to their offers and say best and final tonight. But we had no information given, and I had no idea, specifically for me, I had no idea what any of the commissioners had said. I just gave Mark my specific opinion. Make sure that that was clarified.
No, thank you for clarifying that. I appreciate it.
Friends over here that we don't talk about selling
right
money
behind closed doors.
Yeah.
Taxpayers being
I think that to make it quick, when you called me, you said, "Hey, this is when do you think we should look at this?" And that's basically what you asked.
Yeah.
So. All right. Any other? Go ahead, Diane. If there's no other.
Yes.
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 And we want cash. I'll take it.
No, you can't have cash.
No?
There's a new $600 rule, right? Any bankers in here that yeah. So you want those in $599 increments. Okay, moving along. The next offer we have is a single offer for lot number 8. And then I will follow up with an offer that is for lots 8 and 9.
And these are the south lots.
That's correct, south-south. The piece of property you just agreed to sell is the south lot at the north end.
That's the two lots by themselves.
Yes.
The ones we're going to talk about now are the 2 lots by themselves, yes. Okay, so lot number 8, which is the north of the south, we have an offer here for $130,000. This buyer agrees to pay $1,000 more than the net sale price of any other competitive offer, up to a maximum price of $160,000. Okay, so that's the single offer on lot 8.
So is that the same as an escalating?
Yes, that's what that.
Up to 160.
Should there be any other competitive offers submitted on the above referenced property simultaneous to the presentation of this offer that are equal to or greater than the buyer's offering price of $130,000. Buyer agrees to pay $1,000 more than the net sale price of any of the other competitive offers, up to a maximum purchase price of $160,000.
Okay, the other offer.
Okay.
Lots 8 and 9.
Okay, so the next offer is for, we'll talk about lot 8. So the lot 8 offer is for $120,000. Should there be any other competitive offers submitted on the above referenced property, lot 8, simultaneous to the presentation of that offer, there are equal to or greater than the buyer's offering price of $120,000. Buyer thereby agrees to pay $1,000 more than the net sale price of the competitive offer, up to a maximum price of $130,000. Now, I want to make sure, if you didn't hear me before, lots 8 and 9 The purchase of those is contingent on both lots being sold to this same person. This one person wants to buy both 8 and 9.
But if I'm understanding it right, the second buyer, the one that wants to buy 8 and 9, said
Yes.
he would give, or he or she would give 120 contingent $1,000 increments escalating up to 160, so it'd be 161.
No. Up to 130,000.
Yeah, so, okay, and then go ahead and talk about lot 9.
Sure. Lot 9, yes, lot 9 is, should there be any other competitive offers submitted to the above referenced property simultaneous to the presentation of this offer that are equal to or greater than the buyer's offering price of $120,000, buyer hereby agrees to pay $1,000 more than the net sales price of other competitive offers up to a maximum purchase price of $130,000. Okay, so what does that mean here tonight? That means that these two pieces of property, the buyer would spend up to $250,000 tonight for these two pieces of property, $250,000. The other buyer is willing to go up to $160,000 just for property number 8. Questions?
Right.
Questions?
But based on the escalation clause, it would only be 131,000.
No, 130, up to 130.
No, I meant
One
the
lot number 8.
single bid, lot 8.
No, the
Why wouldn't
single
it be
bid.
160?
Because the other bid on lot 8 is
Okay.
120 up to 130.
I see what you're saying.
So the bid, yep.
Clauses in general only go, like, it sounds like all of these were submitted
Right.
to go $1,000 over the next competitive bid. So even
Yes.
though they will go up to 160, it would only go up to 160 if you had an offer for 150.
So basically, our offer is 131 for lot 8.
Correct.
Or 250 for lot 8 and 9 together.
Yes. Yes.
Okay, 131, lot 8,
Yes.
250 for 8 and 9.
240, correct? Am I, or
250.
where's the 50 coming from?
Because of the
Oh, okay. I apologize.
Yeah. So
Sorry.
one-
Yes.
yeah.
Okay, I see what you're saying. I
Yeah.
apologize.
Questions? Ponder them.
Here's the one thing I like is we're not mentioning names.
That's
Of the
correct.
players, because that helps out a bunch. So we don't know who these are, so there's not going to be no favoritism or anything else. That was what was going to bother me about these choices tonight. But I mean, my liking is if I'm selling, obviously it's going to be, you could have the 131. That sounds good, and if you could sell the other lot for 120, I mean, you don't know. You got one player that's going to do 250. That sounds best to me.
So tell me this, Bailey or Jared. Usually in this situation not open, you'd go back and counter. Having two bids this close, the way we're doing it, do you see the city going back and countering?
The city told us that to bring your best and final.
Okay.
We expressed
Yep.
to our buyers that it would be decided upon tonight.
Perfect.
And I believe all the offers that came through me had an expiration according to what we were told from the city.
Right. Which, I mean, they all have expirations generally, so.
Can we ask if there's been any individual activity on lot 9?
No.
Nobody's-
No individual activity in lot 9.
But these offers are not contingent on lot 9's one with the. I'm so tired of talking about lots.
Lot 9's a south lot.
South lot.
Yeah.
Sure.
This particular buyer is aware of said encroachment and okay with that. I did take some other calls regarding lot 9. There were people that weren't comfortable with the encroachment, and there was somebody who didn't get financing pre-approval. So aside from this offer that has been presented to the city, there are no
Well,
other.
I do want to say, I don't really want to get in that discussion because it almost puts you at advantage doing a sales pitch saying, hey, I've talked to other people and you're not going to sell this by itself. So just to be fair
I was
to
just
all
asking
realtors-
Randy. I was just answering Randy's
But-
question.
But it does
Maybe I
make-
asked an inappropriate question.
But no. The
At
question-
this time, we do not have any other offers for lot 9.
But I think the main question is this: the buyer has no, I mean, it's no contingencies or nothing. It's as is with encroachments and everything.
As is where is.
No inspections, no.
Yeah, and this buyer will share 50-50, the same thing with the closing costs and all those with the city.
I don't know.
I think if we're looking at it like the city, we're looking at selling as much of the property as possible, as quickly as possible. Is that not how we're looking at this as a city?
Yeah, I mean, I think each of us have our own.
We went through this
opinions,
process.
yeah.
If we draw it out any further, that's kind of where I'm looking at. I mean, if we can accept 3 offers tonight, I think that that's probably in the best interest of the taxpayers as well as the city, and not spending more dollars to further along this process.
Anyone else have any thoughts or on the 2 bids or anything? Kevin, Randy, Pete?
It doesn't look like you're gonna gain a whole lot by not selling lot 9 tonight, so that's what I was asking. I don't know if I can say that or not out loud, but.
Yeah.
Okay.
It's your opinion.
What'd you say?
The reason I asked the question was it doesn't look like by trying to sell lot 9 individually, we're gonna gain a whole lot in terms of moving forward. It's
Well,
you're already getting the 130 for lot 8, and lot 9 is a stumbling block. So
you're
Well,
right.
even
I,
if it's, sorry,
I
even
was
if-
excited that I was thinking this because this escalating thing is something new, right? I mean, in real estate, it's never been something. This is the weird last couple years, but escalating. I was thinking, do what?
Because it's going out. That's why.
Is it really?
We've never had that problem.
I'll be darned. So, anyway, that being said, I was excited thinking it was going to bump up to 160 because if that were the truth, then it would pay to sell the one lot and hang on to the other one and sell it later. But it sounds like it's just going to bump up to 131.
I'm not making a decision based off of which properties which. I think it's good for the city and good for the taxpayers to be able to sell 3 properties as opposed to 2. With that being said, I'll just move it along. I would make the motion that the city accepts the lot to sell the 2 properties together, lot 8 and 9, for the 131 for lot 8 and 120 for lot 9. Is that correct?
It was 130 for lot 8 and 120 for lot 9.
Correct. 250.
I got it wrong again. There we go. There's the clarification. That's my motion.
Look at the real estate pastor. I'll second that.
Can I say something? I don't think this is fair when you're bidding. I'm the one that put the bid on lot 8, the single bid. So I don't think this is fair. See, we would bid up to $160,000, actually 161 for that lot. So in other words, he's getting the other lot for 90,000.
No.
Right?
All the lots were listed separately for $160,000.
I guess the problem is your offer was for 131. Your offer wasn't for 160. It was for 130 with an escalation clause. And with the escalation clause, it only puts your offer at 131.
But I see
your point.
I also see Jingle's point because in my mind, if I say I'll give you 120, it's like in my opinion, it's like on Purple Wave, the auction site. You could put your final bid up top, but if it only brings 5,000 less than that, you got a deal. So it's very confusing, this escalating thing. I don't like it.
Yeah, and that's where the realtors come in.
Josh, can you make sure whenever somebody speaks, they speak it to the microphone?
Do we
Does anyone have any other questions? Anything?
Other question?
No. Yeah, I mean,
I will just say this is why I was a fan of an auction because it leaves all this out to throw your hand in the air and go.
And I understand, and you don't have to do an escalatory clause. You can just say, I'm going to bid 160. And that wasn't presented. I mean, that's part of the realtor. That's part of the realtor saying, you take a risk with an escalatory clause. If you want your best and final, you need to go ahead and offer it. I mean, that's just.
I get it.
It's a crappy thing. It really is.
I get it, but it's just hard when you got an individual sitting here saying they'll give that kind of money.
I understand. No.
The competitive offer is for 120. So it would go, right? Is that, am I reading that correctly?
Competitive.
But the offers aren't the same. So that's.
The product has changed. It's being sold. It's been changed by an offer. The product being sold are two lots individually. And the product that you're accepting is two lots together. And that product was changed by an offer. It's not kosher to all the citizens are considered combined because everyone is bidding on single lots.
Bob,
That's another good point.
we need an opinion.
Well, I think it is. And we're the, and we're the commission, Bob.
You set
I
down
need to remind you
rules.
that.
You set
I
down
wasn't
rules.
asking legal.
You set down rules.
I understand that.
And you gave it to these folks and said, you sell them. You bring us your best and final offers. And that's what they've done.
Had these have been listed with one agent, then this lot would have come, this offer would have come on one contract.
Right.
At $240,000 with an escalatory clause up to $260,000, and it would have listed both legal descriptions. But since they're listed with different agents, we have to put them on
Right.
two separate contracts.
And that's the rules that you guys established. And you either follow the rules or you don't, because you're going to sell more properties. I don't know how you cover every contingency. I don't.
Are we? Oh.
So Bob, based off what we,
You can turn them all down if you want.
Bob, based on what we did, are we not eligible to counter offer?
Absolutely.
Well, no, I don't think you are, because your rule was, Bailey, you bring us, and she told her people, this is it. Make or break. Give me your best shot. Period. It's over.
Well, it's not, but let me ask you this legally. Is it really over, or can we turn down both
You
offers?
turn down all of them and not sell anything.
That's what I'm saying. That's why I asked the question. So that's the other option you have, is you shut down both offers and go back to work on it.
Are we going
I'm just looking at options, Bailey. That's what I'm doing.
Well,
I don't, yeah.
in my, I guess, in my experience at sitting at this commission table, when we have, say, done something like this before, we come back at the next meeting and then we have an issue of the fact that, well, now it's not fair because now we're going into the same situation and everybody's seen everybody's cards, and how do we now fix this problem that we created ourselves? We asked them to put in offers on the properties that they would like to buy. We had how many properties listed? We had 4 properties listed. We asked for offers. I'm not saying that I personally that I feel like I love the situation, but I'm saying if we're going by what we're saying and we're not constantly going back and forth juggling and changing, what did we ask them to do? We asked them to bid on properties. These are the properties that have been brought to our attention for people to purchase, and we got what we asked for as a commission and governing body. We should be making a decision.
That's a good point. We live in a small town and we know everyone, so it makes it tougher.
Absolutely.
But we had rules saying bring your best and final offer to
I like
the
that
table.
we've used that word rules. I'm going to come back to that in a second. Can we call the question?
Well, and I just want to finish saying, that's the bad thing, but we had a set guidelines. And right now the offers are 131 for one and 250 for both by the rules. And so, as crappy as it is, being friends with people, that's just, we can't keep changing rules. So.
Well, and the lots, although they were combined, were bid separately. So
what's that?
The lots were bid separately, even though the offer was combined. But so
That's a good point.
You ready? Kevin Allen,
Abstain?
Pete Allen,
Yes.
Randy Nichols.
yes.
Lindsay Watts.
Yes.
Josh Jones.
Yes.
Mayor, may I?
What's that?
I just have something to add about the lake properties. My question, with how this commission voted to move forward with the selling of the lake properties. Did we not vote against auctioning and now we're auctioning a property?
As far as my recollection, we did not. We gave the option to each realtor to go whatever route they wanted to do. That was in the meeting, so.
Did you rewatch the meeting to get that exact verbiage? I'm just asking because I will.
No,
I will go back and.
No, that's just
Okay.
my recollection. We specifically, as we talked about it, seemed like for 5 hours.
Absolutely. No, I just, it wasn't my understanding at the meeting that night. So whenever that came to my attention, that was a very large question in my head. So I just wanted to answer that at the commission table.
Well, let Lindsay go look, because I remembered it the same way you did, but I could, well, it just needs to be double checked.
Yeah, I'll go back and watch and listen.
In 5 hours is probably pretty close.
Maybe more.
All right. On the new business, a consideration of airport engineering taxiway rehabilitation.
Seth was not able to be here tonight, but this is one of our projects. We have a 5-year capital plan that we are required to do to stay in compliance with FAA and our funding. And this is the taxiway rehabilitation that is scheduled. What is before you tonight is the contract with our engineer firm, Olson and Associates, for design and bidding. So that's what he's requesting that you consider. And it is budgeted for next year or for this year.
So what we need is a motion to approve Olson Engineering to design the project.
Yes.
I would so move that.
Second.
Any discussion? Nope.
Randy Nichols,
Yes.
Lindsay Watts,
Yes.
Kevin Allen,
Yes.
Pete Allen,
Yes.
Josh Jones.
Yes. All right, B, consideration to apply for KDOT grant application of electric gate.
Each year we have opportunities to apply for this grant. This year he feels like an electric gate is important. It's a 90-10 grant, so 10% of it will be paid by us. Maximum amount of grant that's being requested is $20,000. And this helps aid to keep wildlife off of the runway. And also helps with after hours, allowing people in to service their planes.
General safety and security.
And this is just applying for a grant, right? This is just applying for the grant.
Yes, this is the
Okay.
part of the grant.
Can we get a keypad for that?
I think it comes with a keypad.
I think that's what it says.
I'm just saying us. Okay. Can't even get one for City Hall?
No. It's,
Everybody else
it's
got
not,
one.
It's not meant for drag racing.
Was that a motion?
Sure. I'll make the motion to go ahead and apply for the grant.
Second.
Lindsay Watts. Oops, she left. Kevin Allen,
Yes.
Randy Nichols,
Yes.
Pete Allen,
Yes.
Josh Jones.
Yes. Consideration of 3rd, 6th, 12th, 25th Street intersection with KDOT relating to state aid program traffic signal project.
This is the grant that will be given to us by KDOT. They are coming in and redoing the traffic signals at 3rd Street, 6th Street, 12th Street, and 25th Street intersections. And it's really just approving that agreement with KDOT so that we can move forward with this project. That project is set to let in February
And this is for what again, Susan?
for those traffic signals to replace.
So while we're on that, we talked about streetlights, and they still can't see anything on the highway, so that's probably important also.
Yeah, 3rd Street is still darkness.
Has anybody contacted them yet?
But
CDL, we've contacted CDL. We're waiting on them. Correct?
so was that a motion?
Yeah, I'll make the motion for that deal too. Just put it down like that, Diane.
For that deal.
Appreciate it.
Yeah.
Get the deal.
Second.
Randy Nichols,
Yes.
Kevin Allen,
Yes.
Pete Allen,
Pete Allen?
Pete,
Houston? We got a problem.
Tell me where we are.
We are under number 4 or number 3.
This is Kansas.
Under 3. Yeah. Yeah.
Well, in that,
Why would we
in that
propose to
agreement
KDOT
that we're
doing all
talking
the
about,
lights?
it's the,
Talking to Mike, Pete. You talking to that?
Sorry. In the agreement, it refers to the interconnecting link agreement that we've already talked about, and refers to that. And until we get a determination on who's responsible for maintaining the lights, I don't see how we can act on this. There are two sections that says the city's going to be responsible for maintaining the lights. And as I see it, the agreement says that it also says that it's not going to affect the current agreement. And so I think there's a conflict here.
Pete, just a little extra information. It's almost $2 million worth of traffic signals they're going to replace. They'll all be brand new. And are you not going to vote for us to do that?
I understand that, Bob.
Okay.
What I'm wanting to do is how can we agree to maintain it when our maintenance agreement says we don't maintain it? And you recommended that Mark clarify that.
Get you that information.
Yes. And so how can we act on this? And I'm just asking the question. Are we going to on page 7 is the maintenance of the project, and it says that pursuant to the City Connect Link maintenance agreement between the parties, the city will, at its own cost and expense, maintain the lighting and traffic signal installations. As I see it, the maintenance agreement does not state that. So there's a conflict here.
Well, that's something I think they need to. I think that's a good point, and we can address that. But I think right now we probably need to make the motion to accept it.
It's been made. It's already been
Or
voted on. Yeah. You made the motion.
Well, we've already got the motion
Right.
And seconded. But I'm just pointing out that we have a problem here. I'm not asking that we turn this down. I'm just asking that somehow or another we clarify number 7 on page 7, and also number 20. Oh, number 20 on page 3 says that we're going to add a right turn lane indicators. When in effect, I think they mean left turn lane. Whether that has anything to do with it or not, I don't know. But I see a conflict there. I'm just asking for clarification of those.
Which way did you vote, Pete?
He hasn't voted. I have a yes from Kevin, a yes from Randy.
She's asking for your vote.
Lindsay Watts,
Yes.
Josh Jones.
Yeah, I mean, the things he was referencing is from 1999, and we've been doing it the same way for 23 years. And I'd hate to hold up this. This is having flashbacks of Cooper Street and National Street, and these street lights are important, and I hate to hold anything up based on that. So yes.
I'm not asking to hold it up.
I'm not
I
saying you
vote
were.
for the project, but I would like clarification. Item number 7 on page 7, and item number 4 on page 8.
Pete, we've noted that you have questions, and so what I think we ought to do is we'll contact KDOT tomorrow and just have them clarify that information for us and what that exactly means versus the connecting link agreement that we have. And if we find anything that we feel that is out of place with how we've done it in the past or whatever, we'll bring it back to the commission and explain that to them. I think my biggest thing is that if there's ever any concerns like this, if we could get that information ahead of time before the meeting, we could vet that out so that we could have answers for you at the meeting in the future. So then that way, you know, you guys can still conduct business and we're not holding up things. Do you all agree with that?
Absolutely.
Okay.
All right, next, consideration of Fort Scott Dam Improvement Bid River Intake Project.
He's here.
Good evening. So earlier this week, we did receive bids for the river intake on the Marmington, the repair of the dam and the abutment to the dam. This is a continuation of a project that we've had ongoing, and we would ask you to simply approve the bid tabulation is in your packet. We just to simply ask you to approve the low bid, which was LG Baracus and Sons Incorporated, $1,844,640. There was 3 bids total, and HDR, which is the engineering firm that's on this job, thoroughly checked out that company, and they do recommend that we proceed with them.
Michael, could you, for the camera, state the other business bids also, please?
Yeah, you want the dollar amounts?
Yes, please, and their names.
The second bid was RA Knapp Construction, and there is a lot of spread on this. They were $4,295,140. The third bid was Crossland Heavy Contractors, $2,871,160.
Did the engineering company you talked about, what was their name again? HDR. Did they give you a reason why there was such a spread on that? Because they left $1.5 million to the next closest bid. That seems like somebody probably is not going to sleep tonight over that deal.
Yeah, the answer is no. I'm not sure why that is there. I can tell you that this happened on phase 1 also. There was a big spread like this on phase 1, and
Did we have a lot of change orders on phase 1?
well, yes, but
That's
didn't
what I'm
have
afraid
to
of.
do with.
I think that's.
Well, I'm just
That
afraid of
definitely
if we go
does.
in, if we get a low bidder to come in and say, I'll do it for $1.3 million, and then I'll make my way up in change orders.
Yeah.
You know, that's scary to me.
I
Is
mean,
that
but
true, Susan?
But they've all bid on the same item, same project, so.
Exactly.
I mean, we could take the 4.2 million and they could have change orders of the same amount.
I agree.
And
We're
so-
just going to have to be the ones that hold them accountable
I mean,
to make sure
yeah,
there's
that's-
not change orders.
Yeah, did the change orders have anything to do with the original bid on the other project, or they were just appropriate things that would have happened no matter what we did?
And that's what your
completely
engineering
unjustified.
firm is for. They should be fighting for us to make sure that there aren't a lot of change orders.
And I would say if any
They
change
aren't
orders come
change
to us, maybe you can have the original bid with the change order, Michael, and that way we can just, for our sake, look back and see that it wasn't in the original bid.
Sure.
Yeah, that, and I would want to make double sure that any change orders come before the commission.
Oh, they will. The form that
They're
they
required to come before you.
Yeah, the form that they use discloses what the original bid is anyway, so you will always see that on there.
Do I have a motion?
Move to approve the low bid on the Fort Scott Dam Improvement River Intake Project.
Second.
Lindsey Watts?
Yes.
Randy Nichols?
Yes.
Pete Allen?
Yes.
Kevin Allen?
Yes.
Josh Jones?
Yes. All right, consideration of CIPP lining bid.
So we also received two bids for our lining list for this year. And we have a lot more identified that we're able to present, but this is what we can afford to do within the constraints of the budget for this year. And the low bid
was $162,746.60. That was in Situ Form Technologies. This is the same company that did the work for us last year, and I think they are the best of the best. They are the industry leaders and the company that originally designed this form of rehabilitation. So, and our engineer, Earl's Engineers, has reviewed everything, and they would recommend that we approve this low bid from In Situ Form.
Again, for the people at home, Michael, what was the second bid?
The second bid was Municipal Pipe Tool Company, LLC, and their bid was $207,579.
Again, somebody's gonna lose sleep tonight.
I can tell you why that one happened. There was 2 addendums, and they only got the one in their bid, and so we think if they had gotten that second addendum in time for their bid, it would have changed and the guy was here. He realized that they hadn't put the second in there. Is that correct, Michael? Isn't that
Correct.
what? Yeah, Jason told us.
So he would have been more competitive had they had that.
Yes.
And he's okay with not having that in time.
Yeah.
Motion?
Michael, how does this compare to the bids last year? And per foot on
Yeah,
the
per
lining?
foot.
Well, these are different sizes. Almost everything we did last year was 8-inch, and these are 10, 12, and 15. So it would be difficult to do a direct comparison on that.
So we didn't have any 10, 12, and 15 last year. We did all 8-inch.
I'm not sure. I don't have that information.
I remember a $25 a foot price on that. Am I thinking correctly? That was for 8-inch.
I believe that's close to the price for 8-inch.
So the 3160 is within that same realm.
Yep, for a larger diameter, yes.
Yeah, for the 10-inch.
Any other questions, Pete?
No, I think we have a good bid.
You want to make a motion?
I'll make
Sorry.
the.
Would you like to make a motion?
Well, can you tell me where these where are these located? Are they downtown, east side, west side, or do we have different areas?
I don't have copies for everyone, but here's a map of each line that will be lined. I'll give this to you.
Yeah, one map is that all? Do we have more than one?
There's only one copy, but there's multiple maps to show them all.
Okay.
Did anybody move to?
No.
Has there been a motion?
No.
Not yet.
Well, I move we accept the bid for the CIPP sanitary lining.
Second.
Randy Nichols?
Yes.
Lindsay Watts?
Yes.
Kevin Allen?
Yes.
Pete Allen?
Yes.
Josh Jones?
Yes. All right, thank you,
Hey,
Michael.
hey, Michael, listen, I'm short-timed here, and so I want to publicly acknowledge you and thank you for the hard work and the accomplishments that you've had during the time I've been on the commission. So keep up the good work. Thank you.
Can I keep these maps? Can I keep these maps, Michael?
Yes, of course.
All right, F, consideration of above grade bid Hammond's building.
Can I make a comment?
Yeah.
It's not technically the Hammonds building anymore.
Sorry, I was reading off the.
Yeah,
the-
that's how they're referenced.
I know.
I'm so sorry.
I know. I just, if we could, this was something that was brought up, whenever we were in the middle of all of the chaos, and I just thought, Maybe we should. It's been a little bit, so maybe
Yeah,
we
just
should
call it
make
the
that
Hammonds
reference.
Freeman Building.
I'm gonna do
Eight North National.
8 North National.
Does it
Yeah,
have
we
a,
we got all kinds of stuff. That's how we tell landmarks in our little small community, like Pizza Hut Motors.
Y'all need to tell Shippo because they don't call it anything. I'm just saying.
Salvation Army Motors.
do you guys have a name yet?
People are still getting big pops from Halls on the east side too.
We have two bids, and really, we probably need to look at them kind of both together, this and the Sharpies. The reason for that is that the bids have two different alternatives. One is to surface prep pointing and patching, which basically means it looks like the brick and so on is still exposed. The other one is gunite, the surface when you're done, and the gunite basically you'll end up with a surface like this, like concrete. And so that's the two differences, and part of that comes in with the historical society, what they would like to see, and they would prefer the tuck point. However, as you look at the bids, we'll first go at Hammond's. We have two bids, one from Mid-Continent Restoration and the other from O&B Masonry and Construction. The low bid is from Mid-Continent Restoration, first for Hammond's above building. The alternate number one, which is the tuck pointing, is $145,906.27. The other bid, the O&B Masonry, was $208,490. The option number two, the alternate number two, is the gunite. And in this case, it's only, excuse me, the bid was $144,069.59, or basically $1,900 less expensive. The O&B went up to $241,990. So in this case, you're looking at a basically 1% difference in the bid between the gunite and the tuck point. Even though I'm going to do them individually, I still like to go ahead and look at the Sharkey bid too, because I think whatever you do on one building, you need to do on both. I mean, I wouldn't suggest you gunite one and tuck point the other. I would suggest you do both the same, whatever you decide.
Rob, put you on the spot, do you have anything from SHPO about gunite, whether or not? Or is that?
Let me finish and then I'll jump in. Okay?
Yeah. Sorry, I thought you were done. Sorry.
Nope, you're fine. As you look at Sharkies, the same way Mid-Continent Restoration and O&B Masonry are the two bids. The low bid is Mid-Continent Restoration again on both alternate one and alternate two. Alternate one again is the tuck pointing. That came in at $157,219.08. The O&B Masonry was $260,293. The option number or alternate number two, which is the gunite, came in at $152,120.91, or approximately $5,000 cheaper. And O&B actually went up $40,000 to $300,569. In that case, you're looking at about a 4% difference between 152 and 157. That's all right. I was just moving out of here.
So the question was SHPO's comment about gunite. So we probably easier if I just pull up the email just so I don't misspeak. So I reached out to SHPO back, I want to say the 18th, October 18th at 3:30, with the question if the city was to use gunite, what are the consequences to be for the owners of the property. The response was pretty quick. She got back to me the same day. Basically, what she said is gunite will not cause the building to be counted as a non-contributing building in the historic district. So basically, it'll still be, it could still receive tax credits to be considered a historic structure, even if it's got gunite. The problem, in their opinion, but the problem of it is the project also needs to be reviewed under federal preservation law and do the federal funding used and under state law because of the local government involvement. Our staff will have to evaluate proposals to determine if it will adversely impact the historic property. The exposed party wall needs to be closed up, weather tight. Gunite may be an acceptable choice for that, but then we also have to consider the impact on the district, and a big concrete stucco wall visible from the street is not ideal. And so they actually said if Sharkey's does the same thing, there'd be two, but I let them know the way I understand it, Sharkey's does not want gunite, but it's, again, that's this decision. So long story short, gunite will not affect them, however, in their opinion, but there's also a question on constant repair of the gunite over time, and the state could say yes, it's fine, but the federal people could come back and say no, it's not, and so we're kind of up to the federal. So.
And just to add to that, this actually will be submitted to CDBG as a grant, and so they will pay for almost all of it.
For the urgent need grant,
because it's the shoring up of the buildings. It does not matter on CDBG side.
So
SHPO.
can you kind of just explain to me simply what the difference is by having it and not having it?
Gunite?
Yeah.
Well, basically, when you tuck point and so on, you'll still see the brick. It's the whole historic significance is seeing the brick. The gunite will look just like this wall when it's done, except it won't be green, I hope. But it'll be concrete. I mean, and that's what you'll see. And the problem with gunite is it sticks good and so on, but over the years, as it does fall off, you've got to go in there and repair it. And tuck pointing's the same way. You got to keep it up on any brick facility. It all goes back to looks and appearance, and that's what the historic
And so
wants you to look at.
And have you talked to both owners and got what they would like, and what would your recommendation be?
My recommendation is to go back with the tuck pointing and patching. I think that's your whole idea of this whole thing is your historic preservation, and tuck pointing and patching gives you that, and you won't have a problem with the feds or the state if you do that. But at the same time, obviously, it's a little more money. The first one really not. I mean, first one's $1,900. It's not significant. It's less than 1%. The second one's about 4%. So they're certainly within reason to do that. Our recommendation would be the tuck point for that reason.
Commissioner, if I may, I have spoken to both of the owners, and it just so happens we have one of the owners here present tonight. And so I will tell you that I spoke with David Ben Leip, and he is adamantly opposed to gunite. And he wanted to make sure that I brought that forward to the commission. He said on the north side of his building, he has the black section towards the rear of his building on the north side is gunite, and he's had to repair that numerous times, he said. So, and I believe Kate wanted to speak for just a minute. Because this is the Freeman building, right?
Yeah, call it the Artificer or North National. Or
Okay.
the Hammond building, because I love Phil. I didn't have Phil nearly long enough. Good evening, Mayor Jones and City Commissioners. Thank you for the opportunity to speak. I appreciate it. Can you hear me? Can you hear me? I'm really loud, but I'm not close enough to the mic. There are several things that I wanted to address tonight. I promise I won't be too long. I'm requesting that the bid for the above grade restoration of our building and 8 North National and Sharkey's be accepted tonight and not tabled. That was a concern of mine, that it would be discussed and tabled and put off longer. I would like to bring it to the attention of the commission some problems that we are experiencing since the removal of 10 North National, and why time is of the essence to restore the walls of our building. I can't speak to Sharkey's, but I can speak to our building. Our building sustained damage during the removal of 10 North National. We had just had the roof repaired in May of 2021, And now we currently have a water leak, water leaking into the interior of the building. And we have a roofer, we have all the materials. We have the funds to repair the roof, but we don't have a wall to attach it to because it has to come up and be sectioned in and put into the wall. So that's a major problem right now. We also need our concrete parking, the pad in the back replaced. In the back of the building, it was damaged during demolition, not to the fault of the city. But to have that repaired, the short wing wall must be removed in the back, and I believe that was addressed by Mark McCoy. I've been in conversation with a lot of people, but we need that taken down before we can have that that concrete put back in, torn out and put back in. So this impedes us. These things impede us on getting gas into the building, and as well as now we have water getting into our crawl space because of the pad breakage. So those are some things that we're fighting against right now. We also have a new beam in the back to hold up the roof because that's a walkable roof. There's a door out the top. I don't know how many of you have been in there, but there's a door out the top. We plan on doing like Bartles Myers and having a deck in the back. So because we're going to live upstairs. So that's where we're at with those things. And it's like one thing leads to another always. Mark McCoy has seen firsthand. Yeah, I'm going to call him Mark. Mark McCoy has seen firsthand the amount of water being deposited inside our building when it rains. I think you were there the other day when my in-laws were there.
Yes.
And it wasn't pretty, was it?
So wait, building or the in-laws? What are we talking about here?
However.
Just checking.
No,
The in-laws were gracious to me, and the building had water coming into it.
Yes. Okay. So I feel like if that is left much longer, we feel the integrity of the building will be affected. And again, with the beam that we just had put in, it's a land beam to hold that, it was sturdy, but not sturdy enough for a deck on top. So we put that in for stability. And then we also have a new subfloor that's in there also. And I'm sure you all know the price of lumber. So we're like, when you get sealed up. We're working very hard to restore this beautiful piece of history. We were very sad when 10 National went down. That broke our hearts, but we also understand what needed to be done at that time. And we are so glad you acted promptly to keep our building intact. We appreciate that. And so we also are going to make this our art business and our home. So that's part of that needs to be done quickly. Trent and I sold our home and studio because we love Fort Scott. I refer to the kindness of the people here in Fort Scott as a big Fort Scott hug. Like I say that all the time, like they just give you a big Fort Scott hug and everybody's awesome. We love it here. I do, however, feel I need to remind you that we are moving a business, not starting a business. We have a thriving art business that has been successful for 28 years. This is our income, and we don't have other jobs to rely on. That being said, it needs to be a priority that we open. We're set to open at the end of October, and we're here at the end of October. So this put us back, needless to say, quite a bit. We are now pushing our start date, hopefully to the end of January. This means my fourth quarter sales, Christmas sales, are zero because I don't have a building to sell out of. I do have some other things I'm trying to work on to make that happen, but that's our income. There was a huge push, and I love Sharky's. I eat there probably almost every day. There's a huge push to get Sharky's open and their employees back to work and get all of those things happening. And I would love the consideration also in this. The removal of the wing wall and the completion of the restoration of this wall is the first piece that has to be completed to allow the other things to happen. And then the roof repair and to stop the water leak allows the electricity to be put in and the gas to be ran. If these aren't done, we can't put in walls and we can't plug in kilns. And if you know anything about a kiln, it takes a lot more electricity than a toaster or however. So that's why time is of the essence for us, Trent and I. And I need this to be accomplished well before winter, and winter's upon us. I'm a sweater. So I would also like to add in the research we've done on our own and people we've talked to. I'm also a longtime resident of Weston, Missouri. I lived there my whole life, and I'm like 6th generation there. So I know people that deal with old buildings and that kind of thing. And with all of the research that we've done, we feel the bid number, like the number one with the tuck pointing and the ceiling, is a better option because of the longevity and also the expense, our long-term expense and upkeep and repair. We feel like that's just a better option for us as owners. So I would love to see that be the thing. And also, my line of communication is always open. You can catch me on Messenger or call me if there's anything we can do to expedite, help you guys know what's going on. If there's something we have going on and you need something out of us, we are here, and we are back and forth from Kansas City, but we would love to be able to be a help to expedite anything. So we're here for that. Thank you guys for your time. This is a long night, and thank you. I do appreciate your time.
Can I ask you a question? So Kate, you're heating with gas, or do you have no heat in your building?
We do not have, we currently are we were getting ready to put electricity in. We will be heating with gas, and then we will have we're going to do mini splits. And so we will have air conditioners that are mini splits, gas
So my
heaters.
point is, you have water in your building.
We don't have water yet either, but
No.
those are
I'm
all
sorry.
things.
You have freestanding water in your building that's at risk of freezing if it gets too cold.
Yes.
Okay.
All the things
So
that could go wrong are right there. So, does anybody have any other questions?
Did you have a preference on which you would like to see, what option?
She said
I'm sorry.
The tuck
Tuck
point,
point,
please.
yeah.
Yeah, thank you. Yeah. It's okay. It's a long night. It is.
She probably told me that earlier today too, didn't you?
No, I hadn't decided yet.
Yeah, that's what it was.
I hadn't decided yet, but
Yeah.
I've been several of your ears, and I appreciate all the time that you guys have given me. So, thank you.
Thank you, Kate.
Yes. More.
No, I said thank you.
Oh.
I think Pete. Do you have a preference on which?
Okay.
I think Pete had something.
I have a question of Peter. Do we have a time frame? Do we have a schedule? Do we know when this will start, when it will finish? And is this something that we can do in the wintertime?
It is. The temperature has to be above freezing to do tuck pointing, so it has to be above freezing for at least 4 hours. I believe is the time frame. So yes, it can be done immediately. The time frame as to when Mid-Continent is going to start, I do not have that with me, so I'll have to get that information.
So do we know that it can be started?
It can be started immediately.
It started immediately? That's,
Yeah, I just don't know their time frame as to what they're moving in or materials are, but I'll find that out. I should have found that out before I did.
Right.
That is correct.
Yeah, where are we at on the French Drain?
Waiting on a plumber.
We are.
I think you guys approved the plumber, and
Hasn't
that's the
came
last
yet?
we heard from him. And we talked to him once, and then he hadn't returned the phone calls after that. We were okay with everything he presented. We didn't have any problem.
So we need to give the city manager, Mark, go ahead and wherever he went. Anyway, give him direction to reach out to the Stoughton's and get that going.
The only thing that I have question about, and I don't know, is Rob still here? Okay, sorry. Randy was blocking you. With our CDBG grant, I know we have to do some publications and some things like that.
Yeah.
We probably ought to start that ASAP so that we don't hold up any of this because there's like 10 days in between
Sure.
publications.
Yeah, we've spoken with CDBG. I would say they have everything they need at this point, except for this bid.
Do they have to have an environmental?
They said you could. So they said we can turn in the environmental after the fact on that CDBG. I asked that specifically, and they said we can turn in the environmental after the fact. I think you guys did an environmental with tear down and stuff. So, I mean, there's that as well. But yeah, you're right. You know, they're going to want some of these things done a proper way. I think with the urgent need grant too, I think there's a little more leniency, Susan, on some of those things because it is urgent need. And so, however, urgent need usually means right when it happens, and we've been so. But like I said, Yeah, no.
Yeah.
Yes, no, that they know. We've got that. We've expressed that, and they are working and willing to do the urgent need grant. There was just a few things they were waiting on.
So once we approve these bids, what we will do, what Rob and I will do is we'll work on getting the CDBG grant applied for.
Yeah.
So that we can move that process along. And if we need to have any special meetings, we can do that to keep it moving along.
Yes.
Perfect.
And I think in the last email, Susan, I think they said we had everything because we sent them an estimate, we sent them the engineering plan, and I would say after you approve whatever bid you approve, we should send them that bid so they have the exact cost, and then we should just be able to fill out an it's a pretty simple form, and then it'll be ready to.
The grant process is not going to slow down the construction process. So
No.
We will get moving on it.
Good.
We just had to have all this to be able to do it.
I'm sitting back down right here.
Okay.
So I know Mark's not in here, but I kind of feel like because of the situation and because of the plumbing situation that has to happen first, is that something that we can individually be emailed about, apprised of, or contacted so that we understand where we're at? I think that probably kind of goes hand in hand. If we need to figure something else out, then we probably need to have an emergency meeting to make sure that happens so we can time sensitive.
Yes.
Yes.
We will get it done.
I may be missing something, but are we waiting to do this project until the backfill is done? And that's a major step, is to get the backfill done.
Yeah, I mean, the order of it is to get the plumbing in.
I think so.
To get the plumbing in, that's the first thing that's got to get done, and then the backfill needs to come right after that.
And I think
then they'll move on up.
I think Carl's been in contact with people, and I think he said he can come.
So it's
pretty
coming to me
quick.
now what Jason said. Jason said that the backfill has to start
Right.
so that they can get the level for the French drain
Above
up
grade.
to, yes.
Oh, you think the
So-
backfill has to start before they can
Yes.
do the?
Yes.
What they'll do is to complete that project, they'll bring that backfill in up to say within 10 feet of Sharky's building. Then they'll go ahead and create their plumbing and everything. They can create their plumbing now, but then they bring their backfill and they're going to have a shoulder there for that gravel to set on. They're going to bring in that the city's going to haul.
So it's something that Carl
They
can
need to
start.
coordinate together. Yeah, where is Carl? We know.
Yep.
He was on another project for a while.
Yeah, I think,
What's
I
that?
think
We'll
he-
follow
get a
up
hold
with,
of
we'll
Carl
follow up
tomorrow.
with Carl and also Stoughton's. Thank you.
So are we ready to start backfill immediately?
Yes.
Backfill
We've
could have
been
started
ready.
2 weeks ago.
I'm sorry?
We've been ready. We're waiting on the contractor. So we'll contact him tomorrow.
Question, so that being said, did we hold out a retainage on that, the backfill portion of the payment?
Yes.
So if need be, if they couldn't get here soon enough, we could make other arrangements. Right?
That's correct. He can.
Right?
If he can't get here on a timely manner, we say we got to get this done, and he can't get here. Yeah. Proceed accordingly.
That's what I'm saying.
Do I have a motion? I'll make.
You gonna approve both bids at one time or separately?
You can approve them at one time.
Yeah.
Okay.
Move to approve the above grade bid for the Hammonds and Sharkeys building.
Which
Oh, sorry. Yeah,
might
forgot
have
there was
some-
two. I thought we were only going. Yes, number one.
Second.
Got it in my head. You can't read my mind.
Kevin Allen,
I'm going to abstain.
Randy Nichols,
Yes.
Lindsay Watts,
Yes.
Pete Allen,
Yes.
Josh Jones.
Yes. All right. Next is discussion of creation of a loitering ordinance.
Do we think?
What was that at on that one?
This, I don't know if
H.
Sarah, yeah, if you want to go ahead and speak on this.
Where's the H?
Thank you.
So I live at First and Main, and I have seen and interacted with, I think we can all agree, the one who started this all. I got a problem, okay? If we were going to put out a loitering law in order to encompass the people who are creating this problem, it needs to be vague. I know at the last meeting I had watched the video and someone had mentioned pulling up the loitering laws for Wichita, which Wichita only addresses. The wording is you can't stand around in order to obtain sex through prostitution or sex trafficking, which I looked at the one in Topeka, and you can't hang around to buy drugs, sell drugs, or whatever drugs.
Right.
The problem with the loitering law is you want to move one person from point A to point B, okay? And so in order for the homeless population, let's just be honest, they're homeless. They're not necessarily vagrants. In my personal opinion, because when you talk about vagrants, I kind of think of like a hobo who would hop on a train and go to a town and panhandle and feed off the community and then decide to go to the next one. Okay? Notice how I said the word decide. The homeless population, not all of them, clearly have mental illness. And mental illness is not just one, it's like buy one, get six for free.
Right.
Okay? I have a mental illness, or 2, or 3, or 5. I'm a recovering drug addict. I've slept under bridges, and I've been in homeless shelters, so I kind of have a unique perspective as opposed to soccer moms. No offense, soccer moms, okay? And this really disturbs me, the idea of a loitering law, because it doesn't solve the problem. Okay, say we legally move these people from point A to point B. What does it do? Like, if they don't comply, what do? Give them a fine? Paid with what? Okay? It's like, okay, we throw them in jail. Jail's not the place to be. Okay, you get 3 hots in a cot, but it's not like they give you teddy bears to snuggle with if you're not quite there in the head. I mean, it's not a pleasant place to be. And if you're not with it mentally, which I was the first time, not so much the second, it can be dangerous. Why don't we call these people what they are? They're homeless. They're our brothers and sisters in Christ. They are also children of God. And instead of writing an ordinance to push the problem off somewhere, why don't we start having conversations about what we really can do for these people? People have rights too, and Margaret Carson has a right to roam the streets for the rest of her life asking about her son. We can't change that. But the point that they're hanging around downtown is to seek shelter. And if we don't want them to seek shelter downtown, then we start having discussions about providing them shelter somewhere. Loitering laws are not the answer. And I've spoken with other people in the community. Nobody likes this loitering law. It's, excuse me, if I offend anyone, this is dumb, okay? Running people out of town is just not cool anymore. It's 21st century, and I can think of big ideas that the city, and I don't mean city as a government-wise, because I understand there's a barrier there, but the city can actually do for its people as opposed to turning its back. I think it's time we stop turning our backs and start addressing the problem, because it's here and we can't ignore it. And I think the only thing that this pandemic has done is having more conversations about mental illness. And I think this is an opportunity for us to be proud of our community because we take care of each other, not run them out of town.
Well, I appreciate you coming to the mic, coming to the stand tonight, because that was some of the questions that ran through my head. We kind of, when we talked about it last time, I felt like like one of the things that stuck out in your speech was we're all God's creatures. Some of us are more fortunate than others. We've, I personally have dealt with a lot of mental health issues when I lost my leg. So I didn't realize that it was real. I kind of poked fun at it before because you don't know it's real. But a lot of my recovery wasn't physical recovery. It was mental recovery, knowing that I was going to be different. People were going to treat me different and look at me as a different person. So, I kind of understand what you're talking about there. And it's easy to poke fun at people that have less. And I agree with you. And if you've got ways to help us, come up with an idea and things like that, I know for one, as part of the board, would love to listen to ideas. One of the things that I circled before you had even started talking when I was going through my packet this week was one of the things I looked in there that said the erecting of a tent. That's going to be illegal to erect a tent. And I thought, well, that's going to be kind of hard in Gun Park, down by the river. We've built camping spots down there. So now all of a sudden we're going to make it to where you can't erect a tent. So you have to be able to afford a camper to come into our town. Well, I don't.
You could try to you could try to manipulate the loitering law, but the reality is it's just not going to work, because when you try to make it broad enough, people tend to abuse it, and then it becomes targeting law, which infringes on your First Amendment right to assemble wherever you want peacefully. Okay, and I understand. I've sat down and I've met people who are strung out on drugs, clearly are mentally ill, have not, do not have a typical house to live in like you and I do. And I just had a brain fart. I'm sorry. But, we can't target them. I understand that it's scary. And I understand, like, the unknown. I don't even know what her name is, but she's got a raspy voice. She carries all kinds of stuff with her. I know she tried to get into my truck one night. I get it. She can be scary, but she's human. Okay, and I think we need to start looking at different options than just writing up some kind of ordinance.
I think that was one of our biggest fears when this thing came about, was this individual you're talking about. That's what kind of raised awareness, because I think everyone else up to that point was kind of harmless. Everybody knew who they were, and they were the townies, and you spoke to them and whatever. But this one here has been accosting people that are trying to get in stores and yelling at them, and that's where the law kind of has to step in, right? I mean, if she's acting out of order.
Well, I mean, I don't know the law. I just know how to break it. Okay,
Right.
Let's just be honest. Okay, we can't cater to everybody. Okay, you really can't. Like someone was talking about 5 people coming in and having a problem. Well, we can't always cater to that. Okay, she's a bit much, and I'll admit to that. But I also have 2 ex-husbands that'll tell you that I'm a bit much. But that doesn't mean I'm a scary person and I'm going to cause a lot of harm. At least not this time. Okay, but I've come up to her and I've sat down with her and I've given her food and I've given her direction, because I know we were talking about trash downtown. She doesn't leave any more trash than anybody else does. I live downtown. I see this. I sit outside, say my own business. People watch. Okay, so let's stop singling her out. Okay, instead of, because if she's not scary downtown, she's gonna be scary somewhere else. Okay, so we can't make her get well, but at least we can. I mean, we close the bathrooms downtown during the winter. What's saying we can't leave them open so at least they can get out of the wind? That's one thing we could do, as opposed to it's somewhat something as opposed to nothing.
Yeah, and I do know. I mean, this law doesn't stop us from helping them. I mean, I've let Margaret and Aguayo stay in my houses before.
Yeah.
Especially in the winter. So don't confuse this law with not wanting to help them. Even last meeting, we said, even if we pass this, we still need to look at ways and stay on ways that we can help those people. And what I've been told in the past, even with Margaret, with her kids not being able to control her and everything, that having laws like this actually helps her, because it actually gives authority to go and approach her and put her in the position where she needs to be in. Now, the federal government doesn't actually help.
But where put her in the position where she needs to be in? Like, what do you mean?
Well, for one, out of danger. I mean, when Margaret walked, I shouldn't say Margaret, when someone walks in someone's house unannounced, I mean, she risks being in danger. When you walk in someone's house and just sit down and do stuff, people that don't know, certain people that do that, I mean, that's a danger for herself. And so mental illness, this is just as much about stopping danger from themselves, but this doesn't stop us from having to help them.
Yeah, but
I
what
mean-
you're talking about is trespassing. We're talking about just hanging around, and that's loitering.
Right, and I've walked up to downtown and yelling, and I've seen people come to me and say, "Hey, I can't get into this building. I don't know what to do." And I'm like, "Well, she's not breaking no laws. I don't know what to tell you."
Just say, "Excuse me."
And I've tried that. I've tried it, and I just walked around up at the post office. But there's certain people, and not everyone's like you, and there's some people that are fearful and scared. You seem powerful, and you seem pretty self-confident, but there are people that are scared to walk downtown because of that.
But you can't coddle to everybody. And I'm not saying she's a force to be reckoned with,
Right.
and I get that.
Right.
And I've worked with Margaret Carson, and yeah, I've seen her on her little trips.
Yeah.
I will say Margaret Carson. I've seen her on her little trips, and it is something to see, especially if you're not used to it.
Right.
But we cannot coddle to every single person who has a fear.
Right, but it's
possible.
but it's our job to create safety for citizens that,
Right.
that see it, and so
But the thing is like loitering's hanging around. Okay.
right.
If we're gonna talk about hanging around, we gotta. I mean, there's women who hang around in that same pavilion for several hours on Monday nights.
Right.
knitting.
And have you seen these? I mean, like louder disruptive noises, depositing feces or urine, be human or animal, being noticeably intoxicated due to excessive drug and alcohol use. These are the ones that are in there that are outlined. So
Well, I mean, you've already come up with loitering law.
this is what's presented to us
Okay.
to approve or not approve tonight, and that's what's in there. And
This
I
is
don't know if
not a
you've seen it.
loitering law. This is a public nuisance.
Okay.
So
See, that's a completely different story.
Well, that's and just to, so you know, Sarah, it says like there's like 6 things: depositing feces and urine, be it human or animal, being noticeably intoxicated due to excessive drug or alcohol use, making living accommodations or preparations to sleep, sleeping, erecting a tent, or storing belongings, among other activities.
Wait, and see, that's then again, sorry.
That's okay. That's the one I said I didn't agree with, because that, if you're trying to live, and I'm saying don't put a tent up here at Scoobitz Plaza. We're not going to camp at the old fort. There's places around that you can do that.
Yeah.
But I understand that part. Yelling, shouting, or screaming in a manner that causes members of the public alarm or concern, loud disruptive noises, beg or solicit for money or food. So that's the rules they've laid in front of us, and it's our choice to pick
and
out
Bob,
what we
on
want.
C, I know the intent of it, but how it's left kind of vague. Can that intent be circumvented? I mean, making living accommodations. I mean, theoretically,
if we
the
were
law. Bob, theoretically, by law, can you not put a tent up in your yard to camp out? I mean,
In your yard, you can do a lot of things. This is public property.
Right.
Which is
And that's
my
a little
property
bit
and
different. And
your
I hear
property
this
and your
lady's
property.
concern.
Right. It's everyone's property, but it's the. I mean, we are in
And
control to,
yeah,
to make laws.
you're
and
exactly
policies.
right. The advantage of having this really low level of contact is that if law enforcement gets called and she's sitting in somebody's house, the law says she can be arrested and jailed. That's not what this is for. This is to keep that from happening.
But I think that's what we're saying, Bob, is I mean, I don't like, and you guys can vote however you want, but I don't like the fact that it says cannot make living accommodations or preparations to sleeping or erecting a tent.
But where
I'm saying if it became a case where people were camping at the old fort or in Scoobitz Plaza or whatever, that would be a different situation. I don't think we're seeing that now. But that says basically if you can't put something over your head, in a public park, I mean, we got campers down in tents all the time.
I think that, and correct me if I'm wrong, Bob, but that would also, I mean, the same logic that we're looking at this and this ordinance is the same way that we were talking about the, speeding unlawfully in, on, in an alley, right? We're looking at it. The police aren't going to go down to Gun Park and say, you can't have a tent in Gun Park. That's not necessarily what we're looking at. They're not going black and white with this. This gives them the opportunity to go to Scubitz Plaza, to go to any public property.
Minimal contact to move along to avoid those problems.
Yes.
Yeah.
But
I mean, you have to trust your law enforcement to do their job. I mean, you have to trust that.
But let me ask you this.
And you're not going to solve every scenario that this nice lady is presenting. I mean, you don't. We aren't a social service agency. We don't provide mental health.
And I'll go ahead and let you say one more thing, and then we'll have to.
Where if someone cannot provide shelter for themselves, wherever it may be, okay, good, bad, or indifferent, where are they going to go?
We don't provide shelters.
Yeah.
Yeah. I mean, at this point,
No, we're not providing shelters. We're just making it illegal to be homeless.
No.
Can I say something really quick? Yeah, I don't think they're saying
Bailey, can you go to the
homeless, but I will tell you a personal experience. And I'm not a soccer mom, but I do have kids. And I was taking them into the doctor last week as she screamed vulgar words at my kids and said that my husband and I were trying to kill our kids. And don't go into the doctor because we're trying to kill our kids. That's just not. It's not okay. And I have had clients come in my office, and she has screamed obscenities at them that I won't repeat. And I agree. There's others that are by my office all day, and I don't hear anything out of them. But when you start yelling at children and cussing at them and screaming at them and telling them that their parents are trying to kill them when I have to take my 3-year-old in to get a shot, that is disruptive.
Right.
And I feel really badly that she's in the situation she's in. I've tried to take her a bottle of water, but that crosses the line when you start threatening. To me, that is a threat.
But again, that's a single case.
Right.
That's why I'm saying I don't want, because of one bad apple, I don't want to ruin the whole orchard here.
And right now, I mean, like I said, it's discussion, matter of opinion. So at this point, we either need to make a motion, table it, or do amend something.
Mayor, have we had an opportunity to read this in public yet? No. So that everybody here in this room, and I would be happy to do that.
Go.
Okay, ordinance number 3594. An ordinance creating the definition of a public nuisance inside the city limits of the city of Fort Scott, Kansas, and creating Chapter 8-20-100, public nuisance defined in the Fort Scott Municipal Code. A public nuisance is an act or omission that obstructs, damages, or inconveniences the right of the community. It shall be unlawful for any person to create or commit a public nuisance in or upon any city park, city street, city right-of-way, city alleyway, public parking lot, public sidewalks, public building, or any other place of public access. Examples of the public nuisance included but not limited to: A, depositing feces or urine, be it human or animal. B, being noticeably intoxicated due to excessive drug or alcohol use. C, making living accommodations or preparations to sleep. Sleeping, or storing belongings among other activities. I have crossed out, eliminated the erecting a tent because that was voiced here tonight. D, yelling, shouting, or screaming in a manner that causes members of the public alarm and or concern. Loud or disruptive noises. To beg or solicit for money or food. Section 2, when any person causes or commits any of the conditions in this section, a law enforcement officer may order that person to stop causing or committing such conditions and to move on or disperse. Any persons who fail or refuse to obey such orders or are guilty of a violation of this section. This does not apply to any organized event in progress sanctioned by the city of Fort Scott. The ordinance shall take effect and be enforced from and after its publication in the official city newspaper. So that is what the ordinance is proposing for your approval tonight.
I haven't weighed in. I probably have as much experience dealing with the other side of it in terms of episodes of healthcare, and Sarah certainly has points, but the problem is the mental health, the access to mental health care is limited, and we can't solve that problem. I talked to Chief Shelton recently about actually maybe using some of our funds to reorganize, just asking his ideas. I didn't tell him to do this, by the way. But you know, should we be looking at some form of a mental health officer, social service access through the police department, which also could fit into our recidivism of the drug arrests that we have, and people that are in that circumstances, rather than long-term jail sentence, some sort of rehab. So it fits to Sarah's idea, but we have to wear two hats here, and so as much as we would like to solve the mental health problem, and we need to support it, and we need to be a conduit for people accessing that, or if we have the opportunity to somehow help finance it or support it, I completely agree with that. But we also owe it to our citizens and to our tourists, to our business people downtown and whatever areas the community are, to protect them and to make this an environment that's safe, sound, and enjoyable for them as well. So that's, I'm just expressing my concerns, my problems, and the dichotomy of this, but I don't see how we don't do something like this ordinance, whether it's exactly this wording. You guys can debate that, but and then I think it's important that we do pay attention to the mental health and take whatever course we can ongoing. Sarah would be a great resource to help us suggest ideas, develop a plan, coordinate activities, even educate us about what resources are currently available. We can't do that tonight, but you know, in some future iteration, we could certainly try that. But so I've been silent. I just thought I would voice my opinion about the need to have this sort of nuisance idea, so that we can at least move forward and give the citizens who need the protection, who our businesses who need the protection, and our I'm struggling with the correct word. The atmosphere within our community needs to be protected, and this, I think this needs to happen.
I even had my daughter just text me and said that this person jumped out and lunged at her and the grandkids and all that. But again, I go back to that's a one case thing, and you got to deal with that case. That's just going to be my opinion.
And I don't think the majority of this nuisance, I don't think anyone has a disagreement with. You know, the preparations to sleep, the sleeping, erecting a tent, you know, in a park, seem crazy to me.
I think the tent aspect of it, but again, we're and that's what Mark said, that he has physically on his sheet removed, so that's something that we can look at. But the whole reason that it was brought up, I'm not disagreeing that, like, with what Randy said, there is some processes that need to happen, but with this specifically, the piece that was brought to us at the last commission meeting was speaking about, we had this in our parks downtown, whereas that, I mean, I feel like maybe we need some kind of an officer chime in to be able to clarify this, but it would be used in discretion. We wouldn't be saying you can't go down to Gun Park and, you know.
Bob, can you give indiscretion is kind of a loose term. So, I mean, by law, preparations to sleep, sleeping, or erecting a tent in Gun Park would be illegal or be a nuisance.
Well, what if they're in the camping area, it's not. You can't put it up where the kids
I'm just reading
play
this.
in the middle of the playground.
Any person commit a public nuisance in a park, prepared to sleep, sleeping, erecting a tent.
You know, we have camping areas. My point is, we have camping areas in the park.
What,
Well,
just-
if
I
they
don't
go
see
to
what
the
there's-
camping area, we've already authorized that. But the rest of the park, you're not supposed to just, live in.
All right. All right, one more thing real quick and we're gonna move on.
I'll make this short. I promise you this. First of all, they're gonna, the homeless who have no money in order to be compliant with this is gonna have to go out and buy tents. That's just, sorry. And then secondly, if you want to, I mean, just, you could say from sundown to sun up. Okay, nobody's downtown. I mean, there's people downtown, but not the vast majority of them. And tell them they got to skedaddle once the sun comes up. They're just trying. I understand their behavior is unacceptable. I get that. I 100% agree. But I feel strongly about condemning them to whatever punishment comes about for them trying to provide them their own shelter.
I understand you keep saying condemning, but like Randy said, we wear two hats. You're looking at condemning, we're looking as protecting other citizens. And so you know how mental illness is. You know, it's not just they won't hurt somebody because you've seen it, you know. And so we have to wear two hats and look at not only helping them but protecting the rest of the citizen support squad as well. And so that's what we got to look at.
Yeah, I mean, that's a tough one, Sarah. And like they said, if you could help in any way, I mean, as far as coming up with a solution.
Yeah, just
also,
because we passed
we're
this, I
open
mean,
to
come
listen.
up, bring back
I'll
solutions.
tell you what, I'll be back here in 2 weeks.
Yeah.
I love it.
Okay, and then I'll be back again in 2 weeks.
Absolutely.
And I'll be back in again in 2 weeks, and we'll
Yep.
continue having this discussion because this obviously cannot be solved overnight, and I
Right.
get that. I'm just concerned that people are trying to. I won't even get to a TED talk, okay? But and I get it, I 100% do, but I'm concerned about just the basic need of shelter.
Right.
That's it.
Yeah, and I think we all agree.
Okay, and thank you guys.
All right.
Thank you.
I gotta go to work.
Thank you, Sarah.
Thank you.
And so, Bob, if we just approve this, can we amend it saying after public access, unless authorized by the city, just to
Sure,
be clear?
absolutely.
And so,
You know, and the other thing, you guys, anything you pass, and if it doesn't work,
right.
remember, you can always bring it back and say, man, we passed that and that didn't work too well, and make changes.
Right.
So if it would be for consideration, you can wordsmith it tonight. And so, Mr. Mayor, are you asking to have the sleeping and erecting of a tent removed from there?
No, I'm just asking after talking to Bob, after it says any city park, city street, public building, public access, unless authorized by the city is all I want to add.
Great.
Okay.
Could you add like in designated areas?
Well, and I think that's, yeah, and that's what I meant, authorized by the city. And so, Bob, yeah, and if that's cleaner, Bob, for
Yeah, I mean, either one, I think what you said is the same thing he said.
authorized
Just
by
different words.
and we can just even authorized by city and designated areas. And that
Yeah.
one. Perfect. That's my motion.
Second.
Randy Nichols.
Yes.
Lindsay Watts.
Yes.
Kevin Allen.
No.
Pete Allen.
Yes.
Josh Jones.
Yes. All right. Next, discussion of Tri-Color Field Agreement.
Okay.
I was gonna have to stay the night here.
We know.
This is my first meeting, so bear with me. My name is Kaylani Bryan, and I'm the
Okay, I
head
think you're gonna
softball
have to get
coach.
into the mic a little
Oh,
closer.
my name is Kaylani Bryan, and I'm the head softball coach at the college. So as far as the agreement between the college and the city, we have progressed with the turf field, and I know that Tom has been kind of our spokesperson, our athletic director, and he couldn't be here tonight, so I was the messenger. Yes.
Our city McManager kind of slips every once in a while, so he didn't have our paperwork to us.
Oh, perfect.
So before the questions, I spoke with coaches here in town, recreational directors, and the concern is that second field not being used. We won't have access to it. We only have, right now in town, we only have 2 baseball fields,
Right,
and that is LaRoche and Ty Keller, and that's it.
right,
And we have tournaments that come to town, and that's used for overflow a lot.
right.
And I realize the college uses it, but also the college sends teams away to Girard already, out of town. And so the biggest concern is Junior Babe Ruth and those kids not having a place to play.
Right.
And I know the college said, well, they could use, but I don't see an agreement where we have definite use of, help me with the field, baseball field, JC Field?
No.
The
Lions?
Lions Field.
Lions,
Yeah,
I
so
think?
we take away Ty Keller, we do not have a second field
Right.
for our youth to use. We don't have one field for our youth to use.
I know in the agreement it did say that it would be in partnership with Lionsfield for the Junior Babe Ruth games. And so I know that baseball right now has so much revenue because they are allowed to do tournaments in the summer. And so for me personally, we've never been able to host any showcases as far as softball. And so I think that would be a huge opportunity for us to build revenue as far as bringing softball into Fort Scott and bringing people into, staying in hotels and spending money at
Absolutely.
Sharky's
My
and
daughters,
other
we did
places.
travel in softball for 8
Right.
years. But we have
We have
the college softball field. We have Fisher Park.
Right.
But the boys, I mean, they have LaRoche and Ty Keller, and they only have so much control over LaRoche with
Right.
the tournaments being used. So that is my biggest fear. And I don't see nothing in here that's protecting the Junior Babe Ruth boys or even the overflow from baseball to
For the
bring
current tournaments that we have right now.
Yeah,
Correct.
that's
We
my
have on the
biggest-
books.
Yes.
Can I-
And I understand
can I
that
jump in?
completely. I'm sorry. I didn't.
No, I'm sorry, but I can answer part of his, a portion of his question for you. I talked to Tom Roberts yesterday, had exactly the same concerns, at least about the tournaments, the major tournaments that are coming in from out of town, that if we gave up Ty Keller, would we be in trouble? And he assured me that we would not, and I haven't read the agreement, but anyway, at least for those tournaments. And then he explained the teams that went to Girard went there because of their field that was protected from weather, so that in truth they have rarely used whatever the overflow field was, probably Ty Keller, because when they had to use it, it was usually because of bad weather. It wouldn't accommodate them, or it needed lots of work in order to get it into condition to do that. And he felt like this idea that you could have more softball tournaments as well as smaller baseball people, that it would accommodate. So I don't know if that answers or not.
Tom and me can't talk about that, but I'm also talking about high school coach and things like that that really feel like it's really going to hurt high school sports if they lose their only second field in Fort Scott.
Okay, so in our defense, I mean, we go into the spring season. My first year here when I took over, the field that I took over, it was not in great shape.
Oh, yeah.
And so we've put a lot of time and money into the field that we currently have. And it's really hard to go, obviously compete, especially with the recruiting factor of you see all of these like brand new facilities and turf fields, and most complexes are going to turf facilities because less maintenance, less time, less money of buying turfus and dirt and replacing things. And so not that the turf wouldn't, continue to cost money, but at the end of the day, it is going to be a huge factor for us as far as the recruitment side of it, the developmental side of it, and it brings kids in Fort Scott to want to be a part of the college and kind of ties into the younger generation type kids that are here. I have Tom that is calling me, and I'm going to put him on speaker as well.
Also, I asked the other.
Tom Robertson and I have agreed to work on a partnership with Junior Babe Ruth where they would use Lions Field because they have, he said that they use it 5 or 6 Tuesdays, which is a time that we would be able to accommodate them on Lions Field. So it would not interfere with Junior Babe Ruth at all.
With the
Give them a better surface to be able to play on.
And with the city giving up a field, is there any agreement in there that the city can use Lions Field for overflow when we host tournaments at LaRoche?
we use that Lions Field is already used for those tournaments at LaRoche.
Right, but is there
Like
anything,
when there's a tournament at LaRoche, Lions Field is already being used for the alternate site.
I'm just saying, but it's in writing, it's never been turned down or nothing like that.
Okay, I couldn't really hear him.
I'm just asking, it's in definite writing, if we ask for it, we get it, we've never been turned down or nothing like that.
You just said basically that it's in writing, like they wouldn't be able to be turned down or anything like that as far as using Lions Field.
The tournament's already being housed. That's part of this whole thing with Fort Scott being successful with these summer tournaments. And so there's not one tournament that's being ran currently that just has LaRoche Field. You can't run a tournament with one field. And so we're fully unaware that all summer Lions Field will be used, and Coach Hill is the one who runs half of those tournaments, and Coach Regan runs the other half of those tournaments. And their partnership between the two of them is not going to change.
And so I'm just asking about the other field the college owns down there next to the softball field. Why is that not being looked at as being redone?
Say that again, Kay.
He just said basically, why is the other field, the dirt field that's next to ours, not being used?
By us or by the city?
Either.
Well, it's not the best surface, and part of us with Ty Color and with John's Field, Lions Field, is John just got about $50,000 worth of dirt about a year and a half ago that he fundraised for. It's Major League Baseball dirt, and we got it in from Pennsylvania or somewhere. It's extremely high quality. The surface on the East Betty Ruth Field is not good surface, and that's why it's not used very often. The creation of the Ellis Fields up by the middle school has also given Tom Robertson the opportunity to move some games up there. But we are taking the top 4 inches off of Lions Field, which is a fantastic surface, and putting it on our current softball field and also on the East Field to improve that field. And so the plan is to be able to take revenue generated after our turf payment is taken care of to improve the East Field, so then we have 3 very high quality fields. And it will take a couple of years, but that's certainly what the intent is to be able to do.
So I guess right now the biggest concern that I think faces a few of us is that for me at least, is the tournaments that we currently have in place and already scheduled for the city, as well as looking at for John Hill's baseball teams, as well as my brain is shorting. Regan, yes, Josh Regan. Are all of those accounted for? We have enough fields to be capable of doing that if we're changing one of those baseball fields into a softball field.
And I was told no. So.
And that's.
Yeah,
there you go.
But my main question is that what is going to happen to that East softball field at the college?
They're just.
The west one is part of the project, right? Well, so they're going to have 3 fields, and so what is that field going to be?
And Junior Babe Ruth is played on that field.
On Ty Color.
You want a mic?
Yeah, it is. No, it's not.
On the field that's
softball field
right next to the current softball field is
Right.
used for Junior Babe Ruth.
Just this year, because it wasn't last year.
It's so what you guys are asking, like the tournaments that we currently have that are held at Lions Field and the LaRoche Stadium are in partnership. The only reason they ever leave Fort Scott to play in Girard or into Pittsburgh is when the weather conditions deem where Lions Field is not playable. That's why they play in Girard. Otherwise, they always play at LaRoche or at Lions Field. And then there's always enough fields for the rec commission to use for Junior Babe Ruth. And they can play on a softball field. They're going to be using portable outfield fencing in that field that you're speaking of that is adjacent to the current softball field. to be able to accommodate the Junior Babe Ruth to be played on that field. And they can use the same on Lions Field. And possibly, if scheduling works out right, they could use the LaRoche Stadium as well. It's just a matter of all the players, all the coaches working together with Tom Robertson and his, rec commission to just schedule it all out. And they've always done a very good job, in the past making that happen. So I don't think we're losing a field. We're actually gaining, tournaments. Like she was saying with the softball, now they're going to have softball tournaments. I don't think we're losing a field that currently is not playable for games. The Tricolor field is really not used, as an overflow because of its condition.
Doug, the other person we haven't mentioned is Jackson. He also is comfortable from the tourism director's point of view that all this will work with the things he's recruited in.
Yes, and he, I spoke with Jackson about it, and he's looking forward to it as another avenue for tourism and promotion of, their facility as well as, the LaRoche facility, and getting more tournaments is, always the goal.
Right.
Do we have a motion? Entertain a motion?
Yep. I haven't read it in detail. Bob tells me it's okay, so I move we accept this interlocal agreement and move forward with the plan of the field use.
Second.
And I will just say, I just want to reiterate, I've talked to Tom and I've talked to the coaches, and they say this will hurt them. The other thing I don't like is the city's given up this, but they still want us to maintain mowing services for all common areas surrounding each field. Maintenance also include trimming, weed eating of all sidewalks, rails, trees, building, parking areas, and other such objects contained within the common areas. And so we actually have, go ahead.
That wording is mine.
Yeah,
I wrote that specifically for this. We changed some of the wording because it had a very gray area of what we maintain. So currently, we already do that. The gun part or the Buck Run crew that maintains Ellis Park and all the other baseball facilities, they maintain Tricolor Field and all of this area that's mentioned. So when Tricolor Field is changed to a softball field, they will no longer maintain it because it'll be turf. So we still have the agreement that they maintain these common areas. I just wanted it specifically, worded out exactly what the level of care was and what exactly is maintained.
And we still maintain both. We maintain the college softball field commons area right now.
Yes.
You have a weird look on your face.
What is like the
Common.
What's the main area specifically?
Probably like in between the fields.
Yeah, all the common areas between
Yes,
the
we share. There's days where we have a game potentially and the grass is high, so I mow it because we have people coming in.
But like the parking lot now that it's all going to be mainly college fields, we're still responsible for it.
The parking area that is adjacent to Tricolor Field, yes. With just the grass, not the actual parking.
Okay, I guess that just kind of confuses me that we're giving up the right to the field, yet we're still going to try to maintain some of it. So I'm just a little confused.
The reason that the maintenance is in there is like a cost offset. So we maintain the common areas because the rec commission through Buck Run uses their fields without cost. So Buck Run uses the fields. The city helps maintain Buck Run. We help facilitate, funding. It's everybody is working together for the same cause.
Is it recreation people that are actually doing the mowing?
So yes, and then no. So based on the way I understand how it works,
Are your employees mowing? Where's Tom's employees?
Tom's employees are mowing,
Okay.
but the seasonal employees are Tom's employees, but they are city paid, correct?
No. Okay. So let's clarify who all these entities are that are involved here. Fort Scott Recreation Commission is an entity of itself that operates out of Buck Run Community Center. They are taxed through Unified School District 234. So they employ employees that mow, maintain the ball fields in the summertime. That is their job. That does not run through the City of Fort Scott funds. City of Fort Scott owns Buck Run Community Center, and we lease that for free to Fort Scott Recreation Commission to be able to operate out of that facility. And also, we pay Fort Scott Recreation Commission to run Buck Run for us. It's a partnership between all of these entities so that we're not double taxing the taxpayers, is what it is. That's the easiest way to explain it. But there's Fort Scott Community College, there's a city, that's Buck Run, and then there's Fort Scott Recreation Commission. So,
What she said.
yeah.
And have you talked with Coach Regan and Tom Robertson yourself?
Yes.
And both of them are good with this?
As far as I know, yes. From what I spoke with them, Tom Robertson was good with it, and so was Coach Regan. Because for Coach Regan's standpoint, they don't use tri-color field. They
Okay,
use
see,
the
that's
road
contradicting to what I've been told. So I want to make sure you're clear with that. You're good. You're saying that's what
yeah,
they
we all
told you.
sat here and talked about it. From my perspective, they were okay with it.
Mark, have you had any?
I have personally spoken to Tom Havron and to Tom Robertson. And Tom Robertson indicated to me that they have not used the tri-color field in over a year for any of the baseball tournaments, the ones you're referring to that would be played at LaRoche Field because of the condition of the field. And then the amount of time it was taking to prepare that is significantly more for that one field than all the other ones combined. Again, told to me from both individuals, Tom Robertson, Tom Havron. They choose to use the Girard Field because it's a turf field. So in my opinion, by improving these fields, the potential to have income producing softball tournaments is fantastic. Using LaRoche Field, Coach Regan's field, the two coaches work together very well. By the way, Coach Hill and Coach Regan, these are partners. They work together extremely well. We have such great unity there. Is there going to be a moment of not working together? Well, if the field at the college, FSCC's baseball field is wet and they can't use it, well, that's a reason why they can't use it. It's not because they don't want them to play there. It's because it's unplayable. And so all those conditions can and should be improved with this turfing, because they're also going to turf the college baseball field, which means that it's more playable than it was in the past. So these improvements are good for our community, and the potential for tournaments is extremely high. Baseball, softball tournaments are something we need to focus much more on. In addition to that, I think there's much money to be made here for volleyball tournaments in our community. I'm not trying to cloud this, but there is a huge potential to move that up and to have 12, 16, 18 tournament teams here. I used to drive my daughter all over the state and spend lots of hours with her at volleyball tournaments and golf and basketball dance team things. Sorry, that's
You're
more
not
than you
leaving
wanted to
anything
hear.
out.
Hey, look, there's Tom.
Oh, man.
Yeah, and I don't mean to spend a long time on this, but I mean, it just basically is going to take away all our rights, and after this, we'll have no say because this main agreements between the college and Buck Run Community Center, not the city of Fort Scott.
It was that way before.
Yes, it was.
Right,
It was that
but-
way before, and it actually doesn't even say anything in there about what tri-color field is. And so,
Well, who owns Ty Color Field right now?
it's on our property. And so the lease agreement allows us to be able. The lease agreement claims that it's an agreement to where the city has rights to be able to use it during certain points of the year.
And you're willing to sign that same lease agreement with Lions Field with the city?
What we're looking at right there is what we have been bouncing back and forth. The concern that I was met with was that there was the junior Babe Ruth team that Tom I was completely aware of. He said that there's 5 or 6 weekends or 5 or 6 Tuesdays during the year that they wouldn't have a place to play. And I said, our people work great together. They can use Lions Field. They'll have a full turf field to be able to go and do whatever they need to. And that would, I mean, I don't know where the downside of that would be. And if we're willing to be able to do that and work together with the city to be able to accommodate all these people, I don't understand. This does take a huge expense off of the city by not having to care for Tricolor Field, because Tom told me that the field maintenance budget on Tricolor Field is more than what they spend on every other field that they maintain, and we're taking that away and putting a turf field where it would provide for youth baseball and softball for years to come, and give us the opportunity to be able to run tournaments to bring more people in. And there's no downside to it.
It does provide for the youth baseball.
Yes.
Okay. That was my main question, and I think that that's answered.
And we have portable mounds going in to be able to adjust for.
That was the other question I was supposed to ask.
Lions Field will have portable mounds to be able to move and accommodate. We've got outlets going in at different distances to be able to plug in pitching machines. This is an increase in community in what we're able to provide to the community as a college. And we're not trying to take anything back. We're trying to enhance facilities to be able to provide more and give opportunity. If you guys have been up to Tricolor Field, it's not playable.
Well, and that's what I'm saying. You saying the money they spend, they don't spend no money on it. So really, our budget. I know our budget.
I don't know where it goes then.
Yeah.
Because there's budget.
And I don't mean to drag this on forever, but my last thing is I've been told one thing that we need it, and you're telling me different. And without that person here, I have a hard time approving it. That's why I asked Doug. I said, Doug, make sure they're okay with it. And if Doug's going to stake his thing on and say, hey, I know they're good with it, then I'll approve it. But if you have any doubt, then I probably won't approve it based off what I've heard.
Who's got?
Well, I've talked to Tom, but it's been a month or so ago, and I talked to Coach Regan and LaRoche's, talked to them, and they were concerned. LaRoche was concerned that won't be there for overflow, and so LaRoche Stadium brings in a lot of tax revenue, and so if we have to start shipping teams away, also, and we do some anyways, but shipping them down to Girard, which I know that's what you guys mainly do anyways, we're losing tax revenue.
The teams that play on Tricolor Field as overflow is because Lions Field is not playable because it rains, and so having a turf field that'll be comparable to LaRoche Field will benefit.
And if we have the city has access to Lions, perfectly good.
Yeah.
The concern was the contract doesn't say the city; it just says the rec
It doesn't
center.
right now.
So
there's nothing in there saying.
Current one, right?
I mean, we have been doing that as.
Okay. And I'm just telling you some concerns.
I've got an awesome coach. I've got an awesome coach who works with the high school great, and he has started these tournaments. I mean, he's the one who it's John Hill baseball.
Right.
And so, I mean, half of the
and I'm not
tournaments
questioning any of that. I'm just telling you I'm just trying to relay what I've been told, but I appreciate it.
Yeah, I mean, half the tournaments that are run here is because of John Hill baseball.
Yeah.
And so, that's why Lions Field is being used as much as it does during the summer. And the college has been putting the maintenance bill on that for the entire time. And we don't care because it brings kids to our campus, which are recruitable students. And it's worth it. It's worth it for our town. It's worth it for our college. And there's no downside to us having a facility that provides to everybody.
Diane, you want to go ahead and call the...
Kevin Allen.
Yes.
Pete Allen.
Yes.
Randy Nichols.
Yes.
Lindsey Watts.
Yes.
Josh Jones.
Yes. I didn't mean for you to come all the way here.
Oh, I was on the way back. They won the championship.
Oh,
all right.
Congratulations.
All right, consideration to accept.
Thank you guys for waiting.
T-Mobile grant.
I want to talk a little bit about this. Recently, we received a $50,000 grant from T-Mobile, but I want everybody to be sure that they understand what you would be approving. This was a proposal created by our previous Economic Development Director and Community Development Director, and I have in the packet has all of the information in there and what they applied for. But there is a caveat to this because the project that was presented to T-Mobile and this is probably the best concept picture to really talk through, is it was intended to be done in phases. And so, and I don't think there was much discussion with the fort about this as well either. So I really feel like we need to do some footwork if this is approved tonight. But it is to create a market pavilion on the grassy area across from Luther's, and then to create a brick walkway up to the Blair Blockhouse. And then the second phase would be to go back in and concrete across that area so that eventually there can be market events held there, and it would be a covered structure. But for this first part, it's just this little entryway and the brick sidewalk. And so what the caveat is that the $50,000 grant only pays for about half of the project. This total project was estimated to be, it was laying on the table. I'm so sorry. Was roughly $103,000, I think's what it was. And so the city would need to come up with an extra $50,000, $53,000.
For the entryway and brick.
Yes, because that's what they're expecting to be created.
Wait, okay, I'm sorry. No, what I'm saying. So the project
one.
concept versus you're saying phase one is going to cost
$103,000. And so, it's not in the budget. We could go after more grant funding to try and fill in the gaps. I know there is Healthy Bourbon County. I think we've reached out to them to possibly look for a grant for that, as well as other opportunities. There's a Timken grant that we're going to talk about tonight that maybe we can go after again. Thoughts, conversation? I hate to turn away $50,000.
Do we have to approve this tonight?
No. They are expecting an agreement because I'd like to send the funding. And I can go back and talk to them and ask if there's other projects that we can do. I just,
since this is what is presented, this is what was approved, and we need to make sure that we're capable of funding that before we agree to it and have to pay for it in this year.
Yes, correct. Yes.
Oh,
no, it wouldn't have to be. I mean, it could be. It could be. I don't know if they do things like that, or is it more building?
It's more
building structures
and zoning changes, things like that. Yeah. Zoning.
Yeah.
Yep. That's all they do.
Yeah, I think.
But I do think there is good conversation to be had with the fort. I mean, that is their property now, the Blair Blockhouse.
Right.
So
I think maybe that conversation, my personal opinion would be that I think that conversation needs to happen, and I would assume that probably needs to happen on somewhat of an expedited. What else are our options and opportunities to be able to complete this project, and not just, is it stated as phase one and phase two? Is that?
It's phase one. I mean, this is just phase one.
Right.
What was presented, it's the Market Street Pavilion. And so it basically is creating that walkway and then the structure leading into that walkway.
Sure.
Can't talk tonight.
It's the first phase of expanding the covered farmers market.
Absolutely.
So we probably also ought to know if the farmers are interested in a covered, which they should be, and also gives them easier access to back up and deliver their goods, right?
Yeah.
That's what the purpose is.
And I think there's been conversation about why didn't we take the existing area and maybe transform it. I can't answer those questions.
And if that's an
all I can
option
tell
for
you
us
is
to be
what has been presented, what they are expecting to be built, and we want to have a good relationship with them because there's opportunity for more funding.
Yes.
I personally think that's a good idea to to possibly have the planning commissioner, whoever, look into it, because there is some conversation going on. I know there was quite a bit when it first came up about, we like the farmer's market where it's at. You know, they
Oh,
feel like
really?
yep, they feel like they got a good feel down there, and they didn't want to move their position.
Even if it was covered?
Yeah, I don't think that had anything to do with it. I mean, I just know that I talked to two people in particular that were pretty upset about thinking about moving the farmer's market. And again, I could be wrong, but I think putting it out there to, to visit with Ronnie Brown and them that have been so adamant about,
And I don't
keeping that thing alive.
Yeah. And is it one of those conversations that we say, is it just for farmers market, or are there other events that can be held
Sure.
there? I don't know.
Yeah, I think that was also
Yeah.
part of the concern of the community events,
Yeah.
which would be great.
Yeah. And again, I was not involved in these conversations,
Right.
so I cannot talk to what the vision was.
Right. Absolutely. So we need to have that
Table it.
conversation. I would make the motion to table this until the next meeting. Staff.
I will work on that.
Lindsey Watts?
Yes.
Randy Nichols?
Yes.
Pete Allen?
Yes.
Kevin Allen?
Yes.
Josh Jones?
Yes. Consideration to accept Timken grant for fire department.
So back in December last year, you guys approved for us to go out for apply for the Timken grant for $10,500. And that was broken into three different categories. $2,500 was to continue the rehab of our fire safety trailer. $3,000 was to go to the police department for equipment for Alice training and use of force training equipment. And then $5,000 was to go towards CPR equipment and training materials to continue our CPR training for the community and healthcare providers. So last month we received notification from the Timken Foundation that we have been awarded that grant for $10,500. So tonight I'm just asking for approval to accept that grant.
Move to approve, accept the grant.
Yeah, I'll second.
Kevin Allen?
Yes.
Lindsey Watts? Pete Allen?
Yes.
Randy Nichols?
Yes.
Josh Jones?
Yes.
Thank you.
Thanks, Dave.
Consideration of payment for sketches, hauling, and excavation. Invoices, porta potties. Susan, everything look good on those?
The only thing I can tell you is that the airport fly-in and the Marmaton Massacre are trust funds, and so they are done by those groups that are running those. So you've got your normal porta potties, and then you have trust funds that are paying for those, not general fund dollars.
I'll make the motion to consider to pay sketches, hauling, and excavation for the porta potties.
Are you doing all of them? All the requests at
Is
one
that-
time?
Yeah, you can do that.
Yep.
Your second?
Second. It's for sketches, hauling, and excavation,
Yes.
correct?
Pete Allen?
Yes.
Randy Nichols?
Yes.
Lindsey Watts?
Yes.
Josh Jones?
Yes. Consideration of bids of demolition of structures. And I will say on this that there's a chance the county could waive the dump fees. So I don't know if this is something we could table for 2 weeks until we find out for sure. And that way, because some of the bids were different, if they wouldn't waive them or if they would. So I think that makes a difference on how we would accept the bids because they're different. So if no one has any objections, I would make a motion.
I do have an objection.
Yep.
My concern is that we're dragging this out about this. It's 316 South Main, right?
One of them, yes.
And so, although we don't bid, I don't care if we accept bids. And although they've been bid, do we have to? I'm wondering my thought process, but I think we need to bring clarity to this and confirm that. And maybe you guys have already instructed me. I mean, we've already done it. Unless we decide not to do it, it's going to be done. Is that the way it stands? Right. Okay.
So to that point, Sarah Pulliam called me, and then there was a note placed on my desk. So she indicated that she does not have final approval yet, but what she's applied for is a $30,000 note with $6,000 down.
Yeah, that's
Well,
what
that's what she said tonight.
Oh, yeah, when you were out of the room, she talked
Yeah,
earlier about
she talked earlier. She has no. She said she has no credit and no down
sorry.
payment.
You were back with the
So,
realtor.
I just.
I was confused because when you introduced this other lady.
Oh, yeah, that was Sarah also. That was another
Mhm.
Sarah.
Okay.
So,
Excuse me.
Okay, so I guess
Sorry
I'm
about
just
that.
trying to get a
Withdraw
feel
my
that we're all in
statement.
agreement that
Yes.
this thing needs to
yes,
come
I
down.
think right now it's just determining which bids accept based off the, and I see later on we have a possible luncheon with the county. So, I think that would be a good time also to talk about that and then maybe come back with something. So I'll make that motion to table it.
Okay, I'm gonna, so again, so we can't approve it pending the discussion with the county or something?
It affects the bids.
Yeah, it affects the
Yeah.
bids.
Yeah, I
They would be
understand.
lower if we're.
Yeah, I got that. So, okay, never mind. Just checking.
Second. Does that affect anything?
Lindsay Watts.
Yes.
Randy Nichols.
Yes.
Pete Allen.
Yes.
Josh Jones.
Yes.
So we'll know by next meeting if the county's gonna waive the down fees.
All right, in health and all policy pledge, and this is something I've asked to put on there. I sit on the Healthy Bourbon County Action Team Board, as well as Bourbon County Ready. And this is something presents, and basically, what this does is basically a pledge whenever we have decisions to be made, we look at a few factors, is it improving health of our communities, balanced priorities, basically it's a pledge, just making sure we're looking out health conscious and also economic impacts of people in poverty and things like that. So it's not a contract, it's just a pledge. I don't know if any of you have any questions on it.
Hey, just so I know, so you're the Bourbon County Ready representative on this board?
No. No, I am just a
At large?
large.
Okay.
Yep.
Okay.
Aren't you referring to Healthier Bourbon County HB?
Well, he was, yeah.
You said Rick.
Well, he had said that he combined that he was a board member at Bourbon County Ready, and I didn't know if he was serving on
No,
Healthy
just,
Bourbon County as
they
their
hold a lot of the
representative.
same things, and I'm.
Yeah, just checking.
So if you have any other questions on it or anything, any thoughts? I know Randy, I think you played a role in this at one point.
Yeah, I was on the committee, and I hate to admit, I glanced through this thing. I don't think there's any problem with it as long as we're not committed to any other financing or that we're not committed to other contractual obligations with it at this point. I'm all for pledging that we're a healthy people.
Is that a motion?
No, it's not.
Okay.
Somebody else should make the motion.
I'll make the motion to accept.
Second.
Kevin Allen.
Yes.
Lindsay Watts.
Yes.
Pete Allen.
Yes.
Randy Nichols.
Yes.
Josh Jones.
Yes. Consideration 5K route.
Do I need to go up to the podium?
Are you sorry, I have one question. Are you the representative to participate in the Pathways work? Because you are pledging to accomplish the minimum requirements.
Yeah, I am on the Pathways. There's a small group.
I just didn't know if there was somebody that had to be, because it says you have to participate in Pathways work.
Yeah, and basically what that is, it's like a 15-minute presentation, basically, is what that is.
And so the training you do, and then
actually, I think it could be one of us, or they would probably just present it at a meeting. I don't even know if it's 15 minutes, and it might be a video we can watch as well. And so it's something I think every commissioner will do. All right. Lindsay?
okay. It's just in order to get grant funds, it's saying you have to do those minimum things. I just wanted to.
And that would be each year, so.
Yeah.
that probably needs to be in line with legal, that thing that we do at the
And
end.
did yours have to be a commissioner? Can it be a city employee?
I think it could be either.
Yeah, I think it can be a city employee, so.
I think it should be Bob.
I think it should be at the city manager.
Commissioners for life.
All right, sorry,
Okay.
Lindsay.
No,
Sorry,
you're good.
I'm so sorry.
I am here to propose a 5K route for Veterans Day weekend. It would be that Saturday, which I believe is the 13th. The Saturday, the 13th of November. There wouldn't be any road closures. I did speak with Chief Shelton, and he said that the city, in this case, usually provides cones on the roadways to give a line of sight for the pedestrians that are running, as well as the participants that are running, as well as for drivers on the road, so they see that there is visually something happening. Along with that, we would most likely be putting up signs as to what we are doing as well. It is a 5K. The route would be running from in the neighborhood of 1905 South Judson towards the middle. The turnaround point would be around E3 on National. So it would be traveling down National. We would have volunteers stationed at major crossways, which Chief Shelton suggested that the main one that we would be looking at would be the curve, right when in front of Family Video or Domino's, having someone, a volunteer to direct the runners as to when it was safe to pass and alert traffic. We would probably have one down a little bit further at the more major turns or lights to give that go ahead as well for safety.
I'm sorry.
Yes, day.
What time is it?
Time of day, we would be starting roughly around 8:30, 8 to 8:30, and I wouldn't say it would last longer. We probably won't have anybody on the road past 10:30. That would be, I think, a very large window. 10:30 to 11 would be plenty of time. We do have 2 events that would be running at that time. So one event would be just a standard 5K walk or run, as well as a 5K plus, where there would be a stationary bike at the beginning, then there would be a run. I guess I apologize. I missed a piece. So the other piece that I talked to Travis about was utilizing the East National and at the National Cemetery. So for the 5K plus, it would be going into the cemetery and turning around, similar to how an event we ran a couple years ago at the Wreath Rock. So they would stay on the road and run around the teardrop in the middle.
So your ask is?
Just for the city's permission for our business to have a 5K route in Fort Scott, Kansas.
Does that need to be a motion, Bob?
Yeah.
Okay, I'll make that motion.
Second.
Randy Nichols?
Yes.
Pete Allen?
Yes.
Kevin Allen?
Yes.
Josh Jones?
Yes. All right, Mark, city manager report.
I have a couple of announcements for tonight. One is that the Thomas L. and Ann B. Herbert House at 512 South Judson in Bourbon County. This letter is to inform you that the Thomas L. and Ann B. Herbert House will be considered by the Kansas Historic Site Board of Review for nomination to the National Registry of Historic Places and the Register of Historic Kansas Places. That's a state registry. At their next meeting on Saturday, November 13th, 2021, beginning at 9:30 a.m. We are all invited but not required to attend this meeting, at which you are given a chance to speak regarding a nomination. The board will begin their work session at 9 a.m. So if you have an interest, first of all, this is a very high honor, and we should congratulate these folks, number one. Number two is if you're able to attend, I have information about how you could choose to do that. The second thing is that CASA wanted to make sure that you all recognize that they are very thankful, and that when you make a donation to Bourbon County CASA, you become a partner. We are absolutely thrilled to have your support and your donation of $5,000. This will assure that many more children will receive guidance and voice of the CASA volunteers. The city's willingness to help abused and neglected children in our community weathers the crisis in their living lives and makes all the difference to these children. Those children join me in thanking you for helping them find safe, loving, and supportive homes free from abuse and neglect, an environment in which children can thrive. The next item is I'm looking for a motion here, if I'm allowed to do that. And this letter is, I'll read this. It's from Christopher Sales and Service at 20625 Metcalf Avenue, Bucyrus, Kansas. Mayor Josh Jones, City Commissioners, and Mark McCoy, City of Fort Scott. As you may know, I purchased the MK&T Freight Depot some time ago with the intention of opening a restaurant there. In the end, we will be a not-for-profit business, with the proceeds going to, I'll omit that here if that's okay. Well, maybe I shouldn't. Going to St. Martin's Academy, St. Mary's Catholic School, and Care to Share, and to benefit other local charities as well. When we originally started this journey, we did not count on the pandemic taking hold of our country and the economy. We had to put the project on hold for some time with the uncertainty of what this fall and winter will bring. We are still in the holding pattern. We have purchased all the equipment and are just waiting to make sure the time is right to proceed. When we purchased the depot, the city conveyed the land to us with the stipulation that we would have considerable improvements made by the end of this year, 2021. With the pandemic, it has put us 18 months or more behind, and I'm asking that an extension be granted till December 31st, 2023. I love this town with its rich history and look forward to opening this business up with the plans we have. I truly believe it will be a travel destination for many, especially for people who love of history and the railroads. I've also purchased 114 and 116 each wall and have started work on restoring these buildings to save them for future use on another project. Both buildings were in dire needs of saving due to the massive amount of roof damage they both had. I have invested a considerable amount of money replacing both rooftops, repairing brick issues, and by doing so have stopped these buildings from becoming lost due to neglect. I love this town and look forward to moving forward with these projects as soon as it's reasonably safe to do so. Regards, Chris Harold. So he's asking for an extension of this to December 31st, 2023.
Maybe you guys remember better than I. We made this agreement. Is it with the city, or is HPA involved in this somehow? Or
I'm not aware that.
I think are you sure? We need to look at the. They just because they were involved in the initial decision making somehow. So
Brian was a part of presenting
Yep,
this.
yep. And Chris Harold's a big part of this deal. He's a big restaurateur. He's got a lot of knowledge. Big grocery guy. He's also a lake owner. He is a big part of the community.
Again, I am not at all against this. I just wanted to be sure that we were okay, that we hadn't promised first right of refusal to HPA that no longer exists.
The HPA did. I think it was, but I think we worked with the HPA and this was before my time. But if I remember right, the HPA is aware of this and is okay with it.
I've spoken to
the. Be sure that we were.
Yes, so Brian Allen is in favor of this taking place. He's all about preserving history and so forth. I don't want to speak for him, but I have spoken to him, and he's very much in favor of this. The potential here would be a one-of-a-kind restaurant, a visitation, a destination spot to come to. Anybody ever heard of Lambert's, where they throw the rolls? People go there from all over just because they throw rolls. So one of the neat things this place is planning on doing is they're not going to have a soft drink machine. They're going to have a big old metal trough with ice and soft drinks they're in cans. So you go over to there and you pick out whatever kind of soft drink you want.
Knee-high strawberry.
Knee-high, you
Right.
want cream soda, you want good old-fashioned root beer, yes, sir.
Rock and K used to have a metal trough with ice in it, but there was no sodas.
So we need a motion to do this.
Yes.
As long as we're not crosswise with our previous agreement, I move that we accept this, or we extend their timeframe.
Do we need to look at that before we approve this?
I second it.
Who made the motion?
Randy did.
There's a motion in a second?
Yes.
There is.
Yes.
Kevin Allen?
Yes.
Pete Allen?
Yes.
Randy Nichols?
Yes.
Lindsay Watts?
Yes.
Josh Jones?
Yes.
It was brought before the commission previously about the county dump and the 13.8 acres. that
Yes, sir.
Yes, and so I'm bringing that back. I have a map here that shows where the 13.8 acres are, but I don't know if any progress has been made in reaching some sort of agreement with the county.
I see that we have possible lunch. I think that'd be a good topic to probably put on the agenda.
Yes, and I do know
I can
that.
elaborate.
I do know that Justin is working on an agreement to bring to you all.
The last thing I want to bring before you is I received a certificate of substantial completion. This is City of Fort Scott Heckert Construction by Earls Engineering. What this is a certificate asking me to sign on behalf of the city that the preliminary certificate of substantial completion applies to the work being done on South National. I wanted to bring this before you and make sure you knew I did not sign this. I do not feel that it is substantially completed, the South National project, and I don't think that I should sign this, and I would ask for your thoughts, consideration, direction. I would ask for your direction.
Well, I think, okay, so what are you saying that agreement saying that they want some payment?
Yes, yes. I
Yeah,
don't-
as we talked the other day, Mark, when we walked, I felt like they said they were going to come back and mail an overlay.
Yes.
So the fact that they're asking for I'm behind you 100% on that. I think we need to get a completed project that's worthy of getting paid for at this point, I think.
Could that situation of being walked, could that just be explained more? I'm
I think
unaware
this.
of that.
I think this came from our. I think this came from our engineer, and so we just need to let them know that we're not ready to sign that until they come back and show some significant.
Yeah, and I'll explain because I'm assuming you feel like you were not in tune on the
No,
deal.
I remember you talking about you guys are going to go out and walk it. I just hadn't had an update.
Yeah,
on that
and
situation.
Mark had they had asked me. I guess you invited me to go walk it with them, and I knew the gentleman, and Jesse was with us, and I knew the gentleman from Heckert and dealing with him before. He's a great guy, and so we walked it, and we pointed out several issues that we have with the street. I mean, the street's already, there's areas that are already crumbling. You know, he thought that it was something to do with the water. I think that it was the material was also too cold. It had got cold on them and seized up before they had a chance to bring the slurry to the top. So there's a lot of bad spots on it. He agreed that he said that the last stretch was pretty rough, and they'd come in and mill it and overlay it and make it right before we signed off on it. So I say we stick to that, and once they've got it perfected, then we can discuss at that point a payment.
Well, did you make a punch list?
Not at that.
Was there a punch list made?
Not at that point in time. As far as punch list, there was so much on it that he was going to present us with that. So, do you think that's important, Pete?
I'm sorry.
Is that what you'd like to do?
Well, normally that's what's done is the punch list, and that punch list then is presented, and when the punch list is completed, then they get paid.
That's a good point. I like that. Punch list. There's a new term. Got it.
Way it would work.
Okay. Could you please?
I am taking notes on that, and I will get with Earls Engineering, and we'll get a punch list for that,
Okay.
and then see what the options are. I want to see what the options are. I don't mind paying somebody something, but I wouldn't
Sure.
pay them 90% when it's not substantially completed in my.
Right.
And I'll get back to you at the next meeting with that.
We don't need a motion on that, right? That was just, okay. That's what I thought.
Right. The next item is the city-county luncheon on October 26th. That will be at noon. And right now, if I'm not mistaken, the location is potentially at the Empress Center. Yes. And
She would want to have it somewhere else. That was just a suggestion made by the county.
yeah. So would this board entertain a combined city-county luncheon at that location?
On the 26th.
The 26th,
I will.
October 26th.
I mean, you can, I think you should go ahead, but I won't.
Yes. And I think the Empress is a good idea. That way you don't have to.
Do we need a motion for that?
County pay for the Empress, city pay for lunch, or share on both costs.
Share on both costs. Yeah, that we could get burned on that pretty quick. Paying for the lunch.
Well, there's 5 of us and 3 of them.
That's true. But Randy's not going to be there.
So how do you share?
How do you share which portion? Yeah. So
Yeah, you might let the county know if we were paid for lunch, Kevin would probably just brought potato chips.
Yes.
would you
Salt packets.
Would you like me to get with a county person to verify what the quantities and qualities would be for lunch?
Just put something together, Mark. We trust
Okay.
you.
So Randy suggested beanie weenies and chips. So
That's
it
fine.
sounds like somewhere in between. Okay.
Perfect.
All right.
Say.
The next thing I'd like to bring up here is the consideration of land bank meeting. Well, we have scheduled for Wednesday, October 20th. That would be tomorrow at 4 p.m. That meeting would be conducted here. Are you taking notes?
I usually do.
Thank you. And Diane will be taking notes at that meeting. We talked about this at the last meeting. I think it's very important to have this meeting. And so we would be at your discretion to agree to have that meeting.
I thought it was already planned.
Well, planning is one thing, but making it happen is the next thing. I think the commissioners would have to agree, and we have to make an announcement that they'll be there?
Yes, I'll
Yeah.
post it before I leave.
Okay, all right.
I won't be able to make it, but
Okay.
again, it's
All right.
something that needs to happen. I
Dee,
think
will you
there's a
be
lot.
there? Okay, so we should have 3 commissioners there. Okay, I have 2 invited guests also. One is Rob Harrington, and the other one is Craig Campbell. And so all the other members have been invited already, members of that group. Okay? So, and then I need to request an executive session also. Not for that one.
Yeah, we need another one.
We have, the only other thing that we have that has come on our plate is there's a piece of property at the lake that, even though it's not been advertised, we've had an offer. And so I needed to bring it to you because there has actually been an offer on the table. The offer is $350,000, and the property owners own all the property adjoining, and they said that within the near future they will be putting up fencing, high tall fencing, to keep people from crossing over into their property.
Do you have a description of the size of the property?
It is 80 acres. Yeah. Yes.
Sorry.
350 for 80 acres.
Where is it? Oh, at the far end? Uh-huh.
And that land connects to land we already owned, doesn't it?
Yes. So it would currently, that land is currently used for walk-in hunting. Actually, might be some consideration from the Parks and Wildlife.
Right.
Yeah, we have an agreement with them that
Yeah,
allows walk.
Which, can you email that to me? Yeah, at some point. 'Cause
Been asked forever for the last several years.
and so this is something you just want us to consider and you bring back.
I just
Yeah.
had an offer,
Yeah.
so I'm just presenting it to you. You don't have to take any action.
Okay.
don't want to do anything, that's fine, or if you want to pursue it, that's fine.
Just give us direction.
Yeah,
What
we
do you wanna
table
do?
it, that's fine.
Yeah.
Well, I think it's one of those things that we need to table and have time to discuss. So that's the way I'll make the motion to table it.
Second.
Would you make a motion for? Sorry.
To table it.
Diane's not here to call the question. You want to call the question?
I'll do it.
No.
Randy Nichols.
McCoy?
Yes.
Lindsey Watts.
Yes.
Pete Allen.
Yes.
Kevin Allen.
Yes.
Josh Jones.
Yes. Is that it, Mark? Is that all? Is that all you had?
That would be all of my items to cover for this evening. I would stand for questions. There being none, you can move on.
All right, commissioners' reports and comments. Lindsay? Do you have anything?
Yeah, just a second.
Oh, sorry.
Checking your Facebook.
I'm checking I had a citizen that did check the meeting while we were in this meeting, from the August 5th meeting where we discussed the real estate. And it was asked if we sold the lots traditionally, would Lance still be interested in selling and doing an auction? And he said, I would not put forth the effort to build an auction for one lot. And then at an hour and 28 minutes, we made a motion to list the project, or to list traditionally. So I'm not saying that I'm 100% opposed to it, but I am saying we're talking about what the commission agreed upon and what was voted by majority to do. And now we're going outside of that, which, I mean, it's just, are we going to address
what I would just suggest is having Diane look it up and see what the actual motion was, so we know for sure what it was.
Yeah, absolutely. Just to know, I mean, what did we vote on? What is happening?
Sure.
And what's going forward? And do we need to, if we're going outside of that, what do we need to do to clarify that? Because otherwise, sorry.
And I believe this whole process has been so cloudy from the beginning of what we're going to do. And Mark and all of us have been involved in a lot of conversations and separate meetings. And I think with everybody's full intention in speaking with Lance here, he believed that he was left with the option to auction it. So whether we need to do that or whether we need to go back in and change it or what have you, he's already called out he's already advertised, he's having an auction. A lot of these problems, in my opinion, wouldn't have been here tonight with, accepting this or taking that if it's a final sale deal. So, and this is, again, we said is a testing area to where we find out, hey, it worked better selling it with real estate or it worked better selling auction. So I'm, for one, Diane, I think what was said while you were gone was we want you to go back and check the motion on whatever meeting we talked about the real estate to make sure that we said the
August 5th meeting, I can give you the details. Somebody looked at the meeting and went into, at an hour and 14 minutes, the question was posed, if we sold it as traditional, would Lance still be interested in selling that property or having a property? And he said he would not put forth the effort to build an auction for one lot. And then at an hour and 28 minutes, we made a motion to list the properties to sell as opposed to go to auction. So we just need clarification, I guess, from the meeting minutes and video. Yes, that's why we have the videos, correct?
That was a good idea. Have those meetings videoed.
Anything else, Lindsay?
With motions?
Nope, that's it.
I think I'm good.
Randy?
Yeah, I got 2 or 3 quick things and one much longer, slightly controversial thing. First, the DAR was amazing to me. The things they've accomplished tonight, I just want to get that on record that we acknowledge what they did. The other two of the other things go to Rob's comments. I don't know all the social media conflict with the chop, I call it the chop house. You guys can correct me on whatever that is. I think whatever objections are out there, this is an exciting project and we need to find ways to support it and move forward. I understand some of it had to do with tax this or tax that, but surely there's options around supporting the project, and appreciate the Lions' involvement to do that. The healthcare issue, I don't really know how to couch these terms. I want it to be a positive comment, and so in that regard, this is not to disregard CHC, but tonight we're talking about hospital issues. I think we have two strong partners that want to support the community. I think Noble Health has a vision for doing that. It's not, quite frankly, when people hear hospital, they think about moving in another hospital like we had. This is not exactly that plan, but they have some plans. They also, to me, and it's critical, understand that the foundation and the thing that we absolutely cannot do without is an emergency room. They understand that. The other side of that is that Via Christi is very committed to the community, so they also want to be involved, engaged, and I think the two of them are trying to work together to find a way to be mutually beneficial. And so we should be thankful that we have yeah, it's not the word I'm looking for, but we have two people that are working together, both interested in supporting our community, and not just for their financial gain, but in altruistic, good ways that they want to make this a better place to be. So I'm excited about those continued opportunities. We are still in the Wild West of healthcare, and so who knows exactly what the final product is going to be. And who knows, and again, I brought it up several times, but we still need to be prepared that there could be an ask from either one of those groups to somehow support healthcare in this community at some point. And I hope you keep that in mind as we move forward with budgeting in the next few years. The other issue, I know it's late at night, but I've thought about this so many times, I have to get it out. For the last couple of years, we have, there's been an issue brought up over and over again, and quite frankly, I've remained publicly silent about it. And so I want my voice heard. And as I normally do, I'm going to read this. So we all recognize the importance of infrastructure, but it's not our only responsibility to our citizens. The people of Fort Scott have for 2 years been subjected to a fake news misinformation campaign. There's a commissioner and people who guide him alleged that 1 cent sales tax is illegal or not being used lawfully. That's wrong. This tax is being used just as it was intended. To say otherwise, an insult to the intelligence of the voters who approved the tax in 1986. To say otherwise fails to recognize that commissioners have in good faith been using this tax for the benefit of our community for 35 years. To say otherwise disregards the fact that the state has never questioned the validity of this tax. 1 cent sales tax is the major funding source for our police and fire departments. If these people divert or stop this tax, they will effectively be defunding the police and fire departments. To avoid defunding police and fire, money would either have to be taken from assets like Buck Run, LaRoche Fields, Gun Park, Codes Department, Economic Development, or our property taxes would need to be raised by more than 30 mills. To defund public safety, to not support the assets that attract people to Fort Scott, or to raise our property taxes by 30 mills would be a death blow to sustaining and growing our community. Don't believe the fake news. Don't defund the police and fire departments. Don't risk having your property taxes increased by more than 30 mills. Be wise in your choice of candidates this election. Your vote really does count. So that's my thoughts on that issue. I had my voice and clarity to it. I hope that people will consider it. I'm done.
All right, Pete.
Well, I've got a particular question to ask Mark. Where do we stand on Cooper Street?
In what regards?
What are we going to do to get through the winter? Are we going to, what's our plan? do we have a plan or?
We're waiting on utility poles at this point. We're still, I spoke to, and I'll take this if you don't mind. I spoke to Carolyn the other day with Westar, and she said they're really close on coming with theirs, and she had a conversation with the Big Wheels, and they're close also as far as the transmission lines.
Okay, that I'm glad to know that, but I'm talking about the travel way. We're getting all kinds of flack about Cooper Street. I think we should have a plan. I think we should answer the people of, you know, what is our, do we have a plan? We know that we can't build the Cooper Street because we don't have the funds.
Well, I'll answer you directly. There is no plan currently for any work on Cooper Street from the
Okay.
city.
Okay, well, that's what I'm wanting to address. I talked with our engineer today and asked him what could we do to Cooper Street to make it more travelable for the winter, because we know it's going to be next March before we do anything. We're talking about 4 to 5 months before we do anything. And one of the things that he mentioned was the fact that we have zero slope. There's no crown in the middle of the street, so therefore any water that lands on the street is going to stay there. It's going to go down instead of running off. He mentioned that we should probably on from 20th Street to East National provide a crown on there, and we can do that with the millings that we milled up on there. Those millings have been spread out totally across the cross section, which is about 50 feet wide. We can actually take our motor grader or get one from the county. We can start pulling that material from the side, pull it in, and bring those millings to a crown so that we've got some drainage that we can get the water off that street. Otherwise, it's going to be full of potholes all winter, and it's going to get worse because of the freeze thaw. If we can get that water off there, which we can do without spending a whole lot of money, and bring that grade up from the outside to the middle, and raise that and have about a 6-inch crown in the middle of it, so that we can get it so it'll drain and make it usable. We talked about the area from 20th Street to 23rd Street. It's the same way. We have no drainage. We have no crown, but we've got millings laying there. And we also have don't we have a huge pile of millings that came off of National? Did we not get those? He mentioned, and I talked to him about it, about bringing those millings over and applying those onto the section of the street between 20th and 23rd and build a crown in it so that we have some slope. We get the water off so that we don't end up with all the potholes that are invariable we're going to have with a flat surface. The water goes down. Now we need it to run to the ditches. We need a crown in the middle of the. He mentioned that's the big problem, and I agree that we could take the equipment that we have, borrow a roller or two from the county, and move that pile over there and build a crown, and roll it and make that street somewhat a whole lot more usable. And so I'm wondering if the commission thinks that that's a good thing to do or not.
That's what I just told Mark. That sounds like a great plan to me. I mean, at least that gets us through the winter. And like you said, it's already, when you come off East National, it's, you know, it's already starting.
Yeah, and it's going to get worse.
I know Kevin and I have talked about the county coming in and even overlaying that from East National and just go ahead and getting that done, because it's, I mean, we talked about that would probably be a good thing to go ahead and do.
Yeah, they're finishing. I think they said they're finishing 3.5 miles or something
Yeah, I don't
like
know if we'll
that.
have time, but if they did, it would be
Well,
nice.
that's going to be a total waste of asphalt because we don't have a base to lay it on.
I think we use the same base that's been there for 20 years and held up. But anyways, that's a difference of opinions.
Yeah.
But yeah, I agree with you. We need to do something.
So I'm asking for, I make a motion that we use Earl's recommendation is that we provide a crown. We put a crown in the center of the street and we grade it and we use the millings that we have. We don't have to buy a whole lot of material. We use the material that we have and we put whatever crown it is that material will build. And if we have to put a little extra rock in there to make it solid, I think we can do that rather than, I wouldn't agree, and I'm sure that Earls would not agree that we should be overlaying that. And we're out of weather anyhow. It's almost November. So, there's just no way that we could get that overlaid by freezing weather. It's just no way. This is something that we could do. We could do it right away. We could start immediately. We have the equipment. We have the materials to do what we're suggesting. And we have the advice of the engineer.
Well, I don't think you need a motion and a vote for that as long as we just give direction.
I'm sorry?
I don't think, do you need a motion and a vote for that as long as we give direction to the city manager to?
Yeah, I mean, I would say Mark, get with the engineer, what he, Pete talked about, and then,
And our public works director.
Yeah, when
What'd you
Jesse.
say?
Was that Pete Earl or was that
That was
Jason
Pete.
Dickman? Pete. Okay. All right.
He called me today and asked me my opinion about working on Cooper Street because of the coming winter. And it's great that we'll get those poles set. I appreciate that.
Yeah, and Richie.
So I've spoken with Steve from Evergy with their department that does that out of Topeka, and I've confirmed with them the locations. They talked about needing to acquire a little bit of property. I told them that we needed to have that done no later than the end of December because I told them we would be commencing as soon as we could in the first part of next year so that they wouldn't delay. And he said that they will be able to, he thought very strongly that they would be able to meet that.
Well, that's, we could, the poles right now are laying there on the side of the road, and we could go ahead and make this temporary crown and get that drivable and get it so that the water runs off of it. But I think that yes, I agree that you should talk to Peter Earls and get it from him.
I wrote that down. I will contact Pete Earls tomorrow.
Yeah.
Probably after I sign the contracts for the real estate. But I'll do it first thing in the morning.
Okay, the contracts for the real estate haven't been signed?
Yeah, you just voted on them tonight, so they're sending that to me by
Different subject. He's thinking the streets.
I'm sorry. I'm for the lake properties. So, and then we have a staff meeting in the morning, but I will get right to it tomorrow before noon.
Okay. Do you have anything else, Pete?
No, not at this point.
Kevin, what's that?
Good idea to do that.
Yeah. I have about 12 things. I'm just kidding. Diane, why the side? I heard that. I can tell your voice. Okay, I can do two. Well, the first one I wanted to say was thank you again for working and doing all this like we're talking about, because I know you're helping us out while we're in a city manager search. So thank you for doing that. And I was going to see, I drew Jesse. I guess Jesse's already left, but I drew him a little map of some of the questions that Patty LaRoche was talking about tonight. And I'd like to, if you wanted to, get with me whenever, Mark, and I can show you exactly how it was started out and what we had intentions of. on 195th Street at the lake. That road, the ditch coming off the top of that hill is deteriorated bad. It's got the whistle filled in up there, the tube, and it needs that. A lot of that rock that we have already purchased now, taken from what's going to be the east side of that road over to the west side. And I drew Jesse a good map, so I'd like to work with you guys on that if that's okay. I'd like to fix the brick dip. I know we're not going to be able to fix all the brick dips, but right out here in front of City Hall, I think it's getting worse and worse and worse. And you know, especially when we have people coming here to visit and possibly show up at City Hall, I think that's a bad deal. And I can tell you how we can fix that pretty quick. And also, in saying that, go ahead.
I agree with you. And to that point, I went over to Mid-Continental Restoration and I spoke with Mr. Halsey and asked him if they would consider taking some time of theirs and taking their brick individuals who are experts in that field and helping to train our employees at a session on the street. And he said that they would be happy to do that with us. So I've already brought that up to Jesse, that what we need to do is we need to find the time here to schedule where we could have, and I don't think we want more than 2 people to become competently, positively trained at this point. Too many people would be not, I don't know what the right number is, but I will verify that with
Two's
Mr.
fine.
Halsey. But them and Jesse. So it'll be 2 people plus Jesse being trained on an actual area that needs to be redone in the brick.
Yeah.
So maybe right out here is that point, but it's a pretty good stretch. What is it, probably 4 feet wide by the entire street you're
Mhm.
referring to? Yeah, that may be a little too much, but hey, good start. I think
No.
we should start there.
Yeah, that's a great start.
I agree.
And yeah, and if you need help on like base issues, we have people that can help with that too. Because, you know, like you said, Mid-Continental is a masonry company, but we'll be able to help you also with how to prepare that base to get that to hold up. Because putting them in there is great, but if you don't have good base underneath it, it's all for nothing because it'll settle out and go again.
That portion too, yes.
So, yeah, and when we're out there also, Mark, I want to we'll look at that also. There's a steel plate as you've seen out here when you walk out. I'd like to show you some better ways to how we can fix that on our side and on Cheney Witt side, because they have the same issue over there. And I've always been afraid somebody's going to come up here for a visitation, get other vehicles on a city street, and not realize there's a 2-foot drop off, and we'll have 2 visitations. So I'll show you. Yep, that'd be great. And let's see here. The last thing I had was I had an idea, and I called Mark last week, I believe it was, and I talked to Josh a little bit about it. Down at Buck Run, there's a huge need for parking. The people park all the way to the basketball courts, and there's really not going to be any way to get majorly around that. But on the east side of the road leading down there, the city owns quite a bit of property. Well, I say quite a bit. The fence is crowded, the state fence. But if we could, if Mark, if you could get with the state and find out what the possibilities of either A, cleaning that fence up, or B, let's see if we could possibly move that fence. I don't know if that's even a possibility, but we could gain quite a bit more ground there. It's on the edge in some parts, and then as you go further to the south, the fence encroaches pretty good, and there's still quite a bit of ground that could be attained towards the Buck Run itself. And if we could start getting fill brought in there, at least we could fill that up to bring it up to grade to where, if nothing else, it can be gravel parking at this point in time until we can make it good parking. I think it's some ground that we're just mowing for no reason, and we could have cars parking on it. Maybe I'm wrong. You go look at it. You'll probably vote it down.
So the city owns that property on the east side of the.
Now, I'm not even sure of that, but I would assume.
On the east side of the fence?
No.
No, on the west side of the fence, between the fence and the street.
Yeah.
That's city
We
property.
mow it.
I was
It's part
hoping.
of the park.
Yeah, I didn't know, but I was thinking.
Okay.
Yeah.
And I just had someone message me update on the Mill Creek Bridge. Do we have any update on that?
The bridge in the water.
Yes. Do I have an update on it?
Yeah, that's what I just know.
I'll get with you on it too, Mark.
I know a couple weeks ago we talked about having possibly someone that would scrap it or whatever, and I didn't know. Sorry.
I've got some ideas on it too.
The bridge that's in the water, we're gonna do a bid.
Yeah. Okay, all right. Yep, and that's.
I've got one more.
Oh, no,
one more
you already
item.
passed.
I'd like to speak to Mark about, do we have any plan to do any crack filling before winter? Is that in the radar or on the radar?
Yes. Jesse has plans for that. Okay. So currently, I'm getting the daily activity list is helping me to identify what they're doing and where they're doing it. They're not 100% accurate at this point, and I'm counseling them on to do that better. They've talked about crack filling and pothole patcher. I've had conversations with him about both of those before we get to bad weather.
And do we have any plans for?
I don't have the locations for you.
So,
Yeah,
so
that-
we're into probably the month of November, coming up real close, and then we're going to be into December and winter and severe winter. But I'd just like to know what we have planned.
And I know Pete's
for
mentioned-
the crack filling.
I know he's also mentioned about the alleyways before. You said it's a good time for the alleyways.
Yeah.
Scraping, I'm sorry,
Grading
grading
them,
thank
yeah.
you, grading the alleyways, yeah.
Yeah, and I think if he has had a list of which ones he's on the radar, alleys and chip seal, because that needs.
One of the areas that I particularly notice is the parking lot at the swimming pool. That has been filled with hot pour crack filler in the past, but those cracks right now are about an inch wide and maybe 2 to 3 to 4 inches deep, and they're going to take on a lot of water this winter, and that's going to freeze thaw. And that's one of the areas that I particularly have seen that I feel that is in dire need of crack filling. Have we used the crack filling machine, the hot pour crack filling machine?
Since I'm sorry, I don't know that. I don't know that it's been used since then.
Yeah, well, you and I found it.
Yes, it's
Okay.
been used since then.
It has been used?
Yeah, yes,
Okay.
but I don't know what extent, but I do know that it has been used.
Okay.
I know they ordered more product for it too.
Oh, is that right?
Yeah.
Okay.
So.
All right. How long do you need?
5 minutes.
And who all is in there?
We need the HR director, myself. You don't need to be in there for that, right? Yeah. And the commissioners. And myself.
And the city attorney?
No.
Nope.
No.
Okay. I move that the city commission recesses an executive session for the purpose of employee personnel matters pursuant to the personnel matters of non-elected personnel exception in KSA 754319B1. In the meeting will be the 5 commissioners, the city manager, and the HR director. How long did you say again? Sorry.
5 minutes.
8 minutes.
8.
Yeah. The open meeting will resume at 10:30, 8 minutes, 10:31 by my clock.
Second.
that. Hey, do you think? I mean, I, the commission knows. It'll be after the fact, is what I'm saying. Yes, Josh. I'm saying it'll be after the fact, at the next meeting.
Oh, are we done? I think Lindsay has a comment.
Yeah. I just have a quick comment. And Bob, you may need to clarify, but I know that we have experience outside. I just wanted to make it completely transparent to the public. I am closing on a home in the county, so I will not be a city resident. Technically, I will not have a residence owned in the city at the end of November, so it would be 1 month outside of that. But I think that there is precedent set that I would finish out my term unless that was outside of, I guess, what the commission wanted or outside of legality purposes. I just want to be open.
Do you have any experience in that, Bob?
I think you do. Your mic's not on. By the way. Well, the public might. Yes, I think that would just. Correct.
That's not necessarily true.
Well,
I don't believe, Bob, because if I recall last time, and this will be a fun little banter because I have a good memory of the one last time. Maybe I'm wrong.
So early.
So, but when I was a commissioner the first time, if you recall, I moved outside of town, and it was told me at that meeting about a year into my 2-year term, they said, "Well, you have to step down now because you've moved outside of town." And then because of a certain law, we looked it up, and you agreed. They said, "No, he gets to finish his term."
No,
because
the reason
that's
that
exactly
you were
why I was there.
allowed to finish your term was there was brouhaha as to where you lived.
Nope.
Because the paper covered it. There was a whole 2 or 3 article series, and you maintained, well, yeah, that's my house, but I don't live there.
Not true.
My family lives there. And, well, yeah, it is true. And
No.
But I live in town because we own rental properties.
It's not true.
And my advice to the commission was, well, we can remove him if you want to go to the expense to do that, but never had anybody that didn't live in the city just say, that's fine, accept that case. And so they didn't do it simply out of case they didn't want to spend the funds to do it, which I agreed with that.
Is it too late to go back and check the records on that?
Well, I mean, we
That's a
have
whole
until
lot
the end
different.
of. I mean, it basically my argument would be that it would be for 1 month. I'm okay with whatever the commission or legality states. I'm being completely open and
I
honest
will
about
double
the whole
check,
situation.
just
So.
in fairness to you.
And to beat me.
That's fine.
Bob, I know I'm right on this. I live there too.
Motion
So-
to adjourn.
Just a second.
Oh,
Just
wait a
real
second.
quick. Just real quick.
I rescind my second.
So it helps you with the property that you had an offer on. Diane pulled the contract. You have a 15-year contract with CFAP with the Kansas Department of Wildlife and Parks, and they paid you money for that contract. So I doubt you can sell any property.
No, I'm glad you brought that up because Diane, I'd like to know when that contract ends. That's for that walk-in.
2027.
2027.
And the other thing is the out clause on it.
Yeah, what's the out clause?
What's the out clause? So.
Yeah, you possibly would have to pay that money back.
That's fine.
Yeah.
And that's something
it.
we could do.
So,
Yeah.
all right.
Yeah. So
Motion.
Second.
I'll look into that more.
Maybe not. Sorry.
Right.
Yeah.
Sure.
Well,
That's understandable. But that's understandable, the reimbursement, because they paid like $67,000 for walking.
Kevin
Did he?
Allen.
Yes.
Pete Allen. Randy Nichols. Lindsey Watts.
Yes.
Josh Jones.
Yes.
I'm completely.